into executive session. All right.
Steve.
Okay,
Whenever you're ready, Steve.
all right, good. Okay, so,
5:01.
yeah, all right, so we're going to call the Thursday, September 4th, 2025 Conservation Commission meeting to order. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. So join me for that. Pledge allegiance
Pledge
to the
allegiance to the
flag.
flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, so need a motion to move into executive session. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made second, roll call vote. Paul?
Yes.
Shauna?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay, so we're going to move into executive session.
All right, I'm going to start it up. share with them.
Yeah, okay. I
The
forgot
only
those.
one I did, for the comments, the only one that's on here are Drew's, and then all we had this week with Board of Health, because ZBA, everything was okay.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Friday,
Okay, 6:30, we're on the air.
ready to roll?
Okay, ready to go? Okay, great. Okay, good evening, everybody. I'm going to call the Thursday, September 4th, 2025 Mashpee Conservation Commission meeting to order. We're meeting in the Wacoit Meeting Room, Mashpee Town Hall, 16 Great Neck Road North, broadcast live on local cable channels 8 and 1072, and we're streamed live on the Town of Mashpee website. So first item, if you join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Just have a quick moment of silence. Great, thank you very much. Okay, so we're gonna, is there any public comment for any issues not related to agenda items? Okay, please come on up and state your name and address.
Hi, good evening. Is this on? Is it on? How about this one? Is
They're
this
cut.
on?
Here he comes.
Here comes help.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's going to work. Hi, I'm Susan Dangle, 762 Katuitt Road. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I brought notes, which I usually don't because I have a lot to say in 3 minutes, but I wanted to make you aware about scheduled informational meetings coming up for the Mashpee-Wakeby Cluster System Project. They will be held here in the Wacoit Meeting Room on September 11th, September 25th, October 2nd, and October 16th at 7 p.m., and they will be run by Rodney Collins. Additionally, Mashpee Clean Waters is going to host some of their webinars that they used to host in the lead up to the first phase. Those sessions will be on the similar Thursday theme on September 18th and October 9th. Registration will be required, and I don't have the link to tell you right now, but there will be information that will be coming out. So I just wanted to also tell you that I've been watching your meetings and discussions, and I wanted to give you a few key facts about the project. I do understand that the site plans for the project should be available at these informational sessions to show you how it will sit on the land. And renderings of how it might look are also supposed to be available. Here's a little photo for you all. I'll leave it with you, but this is the amphidrome system. It's completely underground, just like a septic system. So all of the things that will be sited will be underground, and then there will be a small building that needs to be there for a blower, a generator, and chemicals. That, because they've done a lot of work on the site, is probably going to be actually embedded into a hillside so that the Gunter's Lane abutters who are high on the hill actually won't see it. That's the plan anyway. Let's hope that happens so that that will not impair their sight line. But I also have learned that there will be a 100-foot natural buffer behind the homes of the abutters. So the trees will not be cut down or impair their view for 100 feet. So because this is underground, the area on top of it will be replanted, hopefully with small shrubs or meadow, grass, clover, something along those lines. But after hearing our governor speak last week about biodiversity and a new fund to create biodiverse habitats, it might be a perfect opportunity to help us restore the New England cottontail and the birds and the pollinators that are active in the area there. I further learned today that the groundwater at this site is 160 feet below grade. So that's a really far, really deep, and it allows this recharge to be, in GHD's opinion, the ideal site for a system like this. So I also read somewhere that some of the commissioners feel that the project has been rushed, and I think that is wholly untrue. Deadlines that are imposed by the state for the SRF funding are fueling a tight turnaround right now, but the project has been discussed for years now. And in fact, our town manager's 2024, 2025 goals for the year have this site and funding for this project as his #1 goal. So the SRF funds are highly competitive, and 50% of the applicants last year were denied. This project scored very highly because we're removing both nitrogen from the watershed as well as phosphorus to help the pond. And we have a commitment to fund the project with a 30-year, 0% interest loan with 25% principal forgiveness from the state with an additional 3.3% forgiveness from the county. If the project is rejected by the town, we will forfeit the money. We will not stop the flow of nutrients entering the pond and going further down Pompanesett Bay's estuaries and into the bay, and possibly jeopardize future wastewater projects and applications to the state. Please come to the sessions and learn more, and I appreciate the time again. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments from members of the audience? Okay, great, thank you. All right, we go right into hearings. First hearing is an RDA for 87 Bayshore Drive, Mary Huntington, proposed septic system upgrade to Title V IA system. Good evening. Please state your name and...
Yes, my name's Scott Michelli. I'm a professional engineer representing Mary Huntington. So Mary Huntington is a widowed elderly woman who can no longer take care of the home. Unfortunately, she has put the house on the market, and she had a Title V inspection done in July, and the leaching field was found to be in hydraulic failure. So she engaged with me to design a new system. The buyer that they have under purchase and sale agreement desires to upgrade it from a 3-bedroom to a 4-bedroom. And I have represented that on this plan. It's a complete replacement of the tank, D-box, leaching field, but we have included a Sledgehammer Model S86 into the system. The system falls mostly between the 100 and 150-foot buffer zones from coastal bank and the flood zone. It lies more than 150 feet out from the wetland buffer zone. So it's kind of a quick summary of the RDA.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, we'll go to commissioners for questions. We'll start with Sarah.
Thank you. Steve, hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Just wanted to confirm the map that I have lists 91 Bayshore Drive and 87 Bayshore Drive. I'm assuming that that's a typo on the plan?
It's definitely 87 Bayshore.
Okay, okay, just wanted to check, and I was unable to get out to the site for this one this week. And so what we are determining the applicability for in terms of a notice of intent application is replacing the failed leach field, but also the upgrade to the entire system to add an additional bedroom, correct? And I didn't see any nitrogen calculations submitted with the packet. Is that something that I missed?
I didn't realize I had to submit it. Dan sent that to me yesterday.
Okay.
And I kind of scrambled around and submitted it today using the form that the Cape Cod Commission has kind of used in varying towns.
Sure.
And what I did on this form was, I did not take
Thank
any
you.
credit for the sledgehammer. I just ran the calculations for the increase from a 3-bedroom to a 4-bedroom to see what those numbers would come out to be. And the existing condition is on the right-hand side, so just using the Title V flow numbers and not the average, it's 9.89. And with the 4th bedroom added, the projected nitrogen loading bumps up to 11.86.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Those are all my questions, Steve.
Okay, thanks. Paul?
Yeah, I was on the site today and nothing was staked off. I was able to locate from the plan a general idea as to where the leach field is and the tank is going. But, you know, the regulations clearly call for the site to be staked, so commissioners, when they get out there, have a sense of what we're looking at. And I did go down to the back. I could see the
Timber
a
wall.
wall, and I could determine, for my own sake, the location of the coastal bank. But without the stakes, it's very difficult on a site visit for commissioners to analyze exactly what we have there in the field. So I was kind of disappointed with that. I didn't have any nitrogen calculations till I got here, and you know how I am with those.
Yeah.
So I wasn't able to run them all through as well. Other than that, I don't have anything else to say right now.
All right. Neil?
I don't have anything right now.
Shauna?
And you're confident you can put this in without upsetting those oak trees, those beautiful oak trees?
Correct. So I didn't mention that too. So when I looked at the shape of the field, we put it mostly so that it disrupts the driveway and a little bit of the lawn. But I kept it short and wide so that I wouldn't get near that root mass.
Okay.
That's it for me.
Sandy?
No, my comments were basically what Paul said about the staking. It was very difficult to tell where the tank was going to go. But other than that,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay.
The Board of Health has approved the 4-bedroom, the
they
upgrade?
have that by right.
So I've submitted it to the Board of Health. They have, through Permit Eyes, and they just responded saying that all I have to do is, they just need an installer, which the client doesn't have because it's probably going to be the buyer that you know, arranges for that, and submitting 2 hard copies. So that was the comment I got through Permit Eyes. that-
nitrogen calcs.
So I think it's ready to be approved from the Health Department.
One thing, can you add erosion control from the corner of the house over to the property line along that elevation 21? So when you dig
Absolutely.
in, because I know the grade drops off there just in case, you know, heavy rainstorm.
Absolutely.
So you said you ran the calcs without the sledgehammer?
Correct.
there? So we're down at, where's the numbers? So you're saying that before it's 9.16 and it's going to go down to 8.17? Is that?
It jumps up on the left-hand, so the
11.
left-hand column is what results with the added bedroom, so it jumps up to 11. That number was at 11 points.
Oh, okay, that's the one up there.
That's
Okay,
it, yeah.
11.86, is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so then with the sledgehammer, you're going, how much lower do you think you would get with that?
So I don't know. You know, when you look at the IA in Mass DEP, it does not state what it gets for IA reduction. It's an aeration system that breaks down solids in BOD. But on short notice, I couldn't reach out to them to find out what do they actually believe that a sledgehammer gets for nitrogen reduction. I think I've seen some other projects come forward where they say that will reduce it, you know, it's a 19 milligram per liter system, but I didn't want to present false information without being able to verify that.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman, we've had several sledgehammer systems come before us, mostly S42 or 46, I'm not sure. And those typically, with raw data, come in at about 35. And then, of course, you use the Cape Cod Commission formulaic method, and they reduce it down to 2.5 people per unit. So you're really not looking at the accurate flow. But they're not figured in, so we don't, I don't know what an S86 would come out at. I don't know.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Dan, Drew, you guys have any comments?
Just a couple of comments that did come in as an RDA, came in before the commission's discussion on, their preference ultimately for the type of application they'd like to see for septic upgrades, so I just wanted to make that known. We feel it's inappropriate for an RDA because it is in the buffer zone, the outer buffer zone to the applicable resource areas, and it's not within the flood zone either. So we do feel that an RDA as staff is an appropriate application. That's all.
Great, thanks.
Sure.
Nope, I echo that as well.
Okay. All right, okay, commissioners, do you need more information? Do you want us to do a motion for negative determination, or what's the consensus here?
Do we have anything more than this for the application?
I'm not sure.
plan?
Because I saw it was just a
That's all I
narrative.
got.
For the RDA application, there was the state forms, there was that narrative and the
There
plan.
was a state form,
So, yes, there was a state.
but I didn't see that.
Oh,
No, it's not in the package.
it's not in the packet, it would have been sent on the emails. I can pull it right up.
Because I'm saying that, I know the nitrogen calc came in late, but,
I have a hard copy if you'd like it.
Oh, there it is, okay.
pretty decent. So, there we go.
And when did that go in, 8/11?
This was submitted to the department on August 14th.
That was in the packet that Dan sent out to us.
I didn't see that electronically.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there was a supplemental narrative here.
My 2 cents on it. Okay, we have nitrogen calcs now, pretty good numbers, that's without the sledgehammer. Where it's, the area being disturbed is underneath driveway and lawn on the front of the house. So putting in erosion control between the house and the property line where it drops off. Trees, the oak trees aren't gonna be touched. Just my thought, I think this can move forward with a negative determination. I know it wasn't staked, but basically on the plan, it's all in the front yard, and you can see where the test pit was based on the photos. And I know I went out there, Paul, Sandy went out there, you can see the test pit, so that's my 2 cents on that, so.
One last concern that I have, and I know we talked about this at the quarterly meeting. Sledgehammer systems tend to need maintenance pretty much on a 6-month basis. So I don't see any mention of a maintenance contract and who's going to enforce that contract. Is it going to be the burden of the new homeowner? Is that going to come under the purview of the Mashpee Board of Health? Maybe Barnstable County. I know Barnstable County has a system where they've been offering to monitor IA systems, but I think we as a commission need to finalize who is looking at all of these IA systems that are going in the ground. Because I have a feeling if it's just on the homeowner, a lot of this maintenance is not being conducted, and the system really won't be doing much good, if anything. So I have a concern about that, because I didn't see anything mentioned about a maintenance contract here on the system.
Mr. Chairman, I can answer that.
Okay, go ahead, Drew.
So Board of Health requires that the property owner, whoever has an IA system, has to engage with a contractor who specializes in, maintaining and monitoring these systems. So that's a requirement from the Board of Health. that the homeowner has to produce a contract, and then Board of Health becomes the enforcing agency.
So they're tracking all of this, Drew?
They are indeed.
Okay. So where this is a property transfer, is that going, how does that work out? Because we're going to issue this, if we do, to the current owner, but then the current owner is going to disappear from the picture, and how does the new owner take responsibility of that
It's in the
contract?
purchase and sale, though.
Yes, the information gets provided to the Board of Health. They require that in the event of a transfer or sale of property.
Okay,
So that's how that will be arranged.
okay.
Did you have any comment on that as
No,
well?
I was just going to add that right now, the intent is that the construction of this system is going to occur after title is passed to the new owner. And the Board of Health, as part of their certificate of compliance on the system, is going to require that executed contract. I'm going to be involved all the way through because I have to inspect that system. So I'll personally guarantee that that thing gets executed by the future homeowner.
Excellent.
As I, well, I think that the Board of Health will as well. They're going to be looking for that executed contract.
Okay, great,
Great.
thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion for 87 Bay Shore Drive?
I'll make a motion for a negative determination for 87 Bay Shore Drive.
All right, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay,
Okay,
she's got it.
okay, motion made, second. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes, too. Thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
passes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, there are actually 2 certificates of compliance related to this property. Would you do those now, or do you?
There's no representation needed for those.
Okay.
Yeah,
perfect.
not a problem. They will be voted on and heard tonight, but since both of the inspections by the agent and yourself passed, there shouldn't be any concerns. But they will discuss that if you want to hang around, but we don't require
I would
representation.
only
for those.
hang around if you felt like you had questions on those, because it is from 30 years
Well, do you want to
ago.
just do them to get them out of the way?
It's up to you if you want.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay, let's skip over them. Okay. So we'll jump to certificate of compliance, 87 Bay Shore Drive, Mary Huntington, request for a certificate of compliance for DP number 431538. Past inspection, this is no vista pruning activity has occurred.
Yeah.
So,
I can confirm that too. Being out in the site, I checked the bank. It doesn't look like they've
No.
cut, and I don't think ever actually. It
Can't
was
see
very
anything.
thick. Yeah, you can't see a single thing,
Yeah.
so.
okay, so we have a motion for this COC.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion made. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
I vote yes, too. Okay. Next one is a COC for 87 Bay Shore Drive, Mary Huntington. Request for certificate of compliance for 43, DP number 431429. It passed inspection. What was this one for, Dan?
This one,
This is a raise and replace.
that's what it was, yes.
Oh, it's for the new house.
Yeah, yeah.
How old was that one?
95,
Excuse me?
1995.
1995, okay. All right,
Raise and replace?
yeah.
1995.
1995, when the house was built, or when tore down the original house and that house was built, sounds like.
Yeah, and they maintain the footprint, the whole COC process. They maintain the footprint from all that since then, so.
Did that,
The only discrepancy on this one was that there's as those who were on site, I'm sure saw the low profile wooden retaining wall, framing the yard below the deck. But if you look at the original plan of record compared to where it's picked up on the as-built, you can see the difference in elevation contours as far as the edge of the work limit, and below that is roughly 2 feet. So I think it was just a matter of not being picked up on the original plan of record, because it kind of matches up when you look at the elevation contours, but that discrepancy was noted in the inspection letter provided.
And was there an as-built plan that was, it wasn't in the files that were sent out, or the packet?
Well, it should have been.
So I know there were a lot of files this time, so.
Yeah, 16 hearings.
Yeah.
But yeah, it should have been included. If it's not, that's why, in the event if you have any questions, it does show that retaining wall. They did pick it up, and then they noted it in the inspection letter as a discrepancy between the original plan of record and the as-built. That's why I said, if you go out there and you look at it, and the original plan shows that 2-foot difference in elevation below that, the area coinciding with the work limit, you can see, that the wall kind of represents that change in contour. It just wasn't picked up on the original plan of record.
Okay, Scott
Go ahead.
has a plan.
Yeah, I did provide a as-built that was based off of a field survey, because we were doing it for the septic anyways, and stamped by myself and a professional land surveyor.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we have hard copies in the office. I don't know why I don't have a digital copy on my drive, that's all, so.
Perfect.
Okay. So,
I'm surprised it's a raise and replace. What was raised?
In 1995.
Right, when did that development go in?
That's
It'd be
been
a fairly
there.
new house.
But that development, I'm only going to say this, was my parents bought in off of Surf Drive in like 88. And that development was all in there at about the same time.
So 88 to 95? Didn't last very long, did it?
Apparently not.
Just surprised. I
But
thought,
it was in there when my parents bought their house in 88.
I was under the impression that Seabrook Shores, Seabrook Meadows, Seabrook Village, and Seabrook Pines were all pretty much constructed at the same time frame. But maybe not. Guess not.
okay.
It caught me by surprise that it was a raise and replace. I mean, none of us were here for this, so obviously.
I was, but
Now, same here, it seems
Oh,
rather
Yeah, no.
soon for a raise and replace for that
Yeah.
subdivision.
Yeah,
Well,
All right.
okay.
just gonna,
Okay, trying to remember, was a motion made? or-
No.
No?
there wasn't one.
Okay, so we have a motion for the COC for 87 Bay Shore Drive.
So moved.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, great, motion made, second. Any more discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Sarah?
yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Great. All set. Thank you.
Very much.
Yep. Okay. Next item, RDA for 100 Lakewood Drive, Martin Kaufman, proposed installation of a fence. So, Representatives Malin Land Surveying. So,
Hi, good evening. My name's Shane Mallon. I'm a land surveyor and the owner of Mallon Land Surveying. First, thank you for your time and the opportunity to present the project at 100 Lakewood Drive. The project is to replace and extend the existing fence for privacy and safety reasons. We're going to replace it with a new 6-foot PVC fence. Sorry, thank you. We're going to replace it with a new PVC 6-foot fence that will be kept 4 inches above grade along the entire length, including the gate. The fence will start at the end of the PVC fence, which is above the top slope, and follow the northerly property line. Also, from the existing corner of the garage, perpendicular out to the northerly property line where the proposed gate will be for access. The total length of the proposed fence is approximately 109 linear feet. All of the proposed work is located within existing grass area, disturbed area, and above the inland bank, and only within the buffers. That's our proposed project.
okay, great, thank you. Okay, questions from Commissioners. Sarah?
Yes. Good evening, James. Hi. Are you able to repurpose any of the fence posts, or are you going to have to redig the holes? Are they cemented in?
No,
Is there any?
we'd replace them with new.
Okay, so it'd be using the same spacing, the same depth, everything. We're not redigging anything right on that bank?
not going down the bank, it's just from the top of the slope along the Noli property line, but there'll be new post placed.
New post, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think that's my only question.
Okay,
Thanks.
Paul?
Yeah, I got a couple of questions. The fence that you're going to connect onto is not a 6-foot fence, correct? So you're going to have a fence that's up 6 feet high
Yes.
and at a 4. 4-foot fence, the existing one that runs along, I'm going to call it the back of the property, the pond side,
Yes.
that did not appear to be 6 inches clearance for wildlife passage. And I don't know about the whole length of the fence, but I know there was one section of the fence that someone had placed wire mesh so that
Yeah.
nothing could get through there. That really shouldn't be like that, I wouldn't think.
No, and that's also part of the RDA application. They're gonna get rid of all that.
That's gonna come out.
Yeah.
And what about the wire fence that goes over the inland bank and all the way down the embankment? Who authorized that? That's just there.
Yeah.
I think the homeowner put that in on his own accord, and that has to be removed.
I
So
think there's a note on the plan that says wire fence to be removed.
that's to be removed,
Yeah.
all of that?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it was discovered a while back when we first started to be engaged on this
Okay.
project by the homeowner.
And was that on both sides of the property? I know it's on the side where the two fences are going to meet, the new fence and the old fence.
Yes, it's just on that one side.
Just on the one side?
Yeah. The other property was a past notice of intent, and I believe that is pretty much wrapped up at this point, that project. So the house build
With the
anyway.
new set of stairs going down, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I don't have anything else.
Okay. Neil?
Well, the proposed fence is only 4 inches above grade. I think
6.
we recommend 6 inches minimum on that.
I believe we're at 6, right?
Yeah.
I think.
So,
I do know the homeowner has a dog, and he does have a lot of relatives with small children and such, and I believe the 4 inches would allow the, any habitat to get back and forth for access, but also low enough that a dog or child wouldn't be able to get under. As you get higher, it becomes a safety issue as well. So that's why we're proposing 4 inches. And I believe that's why originally the homeowner may have placed some of that wire below that 6 inches at the top slope. As you can see, it is very steep.
Yeah.
And when a child is, could easily get under that, and it is a straight shot all the way down to there's a concrete retaining wall at the very bottom. It's quite a drop. So it's for, I believe it was placed there for safety reasons. But it's not solid. It allows, it's wire, so it will allow things to pass through, but not a child or a dog.
okay, thanks. Shauna?
I think that's the question, is the turnout, the 6 inches, is the wire coming out beneficial to give on to the 4 inches versus the 6 that's per our reg?
Okay. Sandy?
Yeah, that's a concern. I just don't know how our regs call for 6. And how do we just, do we waive that or to the 4 or?
I do have a question just for the applicants, because this may offer some clarity. Is this a perimeter enclosure fence, all around the property?
Around that area, it goes around where if that pops back up, it goes around where the deck is, around the deck, and then between the house and the garage, and that's where the gate closes. It will be, it's like an enclosure. So if you were to let your dog out, or if a child was out in that area playing, it's a safety, so they don't go down the slope, but also don't go across to the neighbor to the north, which again drops, as I'm sure you guys are aware, that property, it drops very drastically as well.
They can still go down the slope.
So it's an enclosure for, again, for the protection and the safety.
Okay.
Understood, yeah. I mean, the difference between 4 and 6 inches as far as like wildlife passage any small mammal that can get through 6 inches should be able to get through 4. So I don't think it's that much of a discrepancy from what the commission typically recommends there. But just wanted to find out if it was enclosure, because if there was any open-ended section, it really wouldn't be, that much of an issue. The animal passage wouldn't be completely, compromised. But I don't think 2 inches is that big a deal.
All right. Could we go back to the plan?
Absolutely.
Thanks, Dan. Could we do 6 inches, from that gate out towards the stone driveway, and then 4 inches in the enclosure area for compromise?
Absolutely.
Okay. So if
That's fair enough.
commissioners are
It's outside
happy
of
with
the
that,
enclosed
if
area.
you can just revise the plan and submit it back to staff. on
Not a
that.
problem.
Yeah.
We do that.
Okay.
And that roughly aligns with the natural heritage delineation for priority habitat as well.
This is
So-
outside the National Heritage Habitat.
It's above that delineation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That not according to our data, our town's GIS data.
Right, but this is on the ground instrument surveying data, which
Sure.
is much better than town GIS.
Sure. Understood. Okay.
Okay.
That sounds great.
No more questions?
And I can also just, on the natural heritage, I know for 104 Lakewood, it was on the bank, they were concerned with a species of plant, as well as some other things within the shoreline.
Okay.
So they didn't have really much
Any
comment
wildlife
on
concerns?
any other ones, but that
Okay.
was a different project. But that was what was for that one. So, and
Okay.
they're right next door.
Any other concerns for vegetation there, or are we just thinking about wildlife
Vegetation, no.
passage?
I can say honestly, I believe, I know there was some disturbance on this gentleman's property from the house next door when they originally went to build the driveway. So I know that was also a trigger for him wanting a fence to
Sure.
protect the vegetation on his property, because this section here does have trees and whatnot in it.
I see.
And there was some damage to some, so that was what triggered this whole thing, which I completely agree with, because that's going to protect the trees, also
Sure.
protect the private property aspect of not coming back on my property, like that, so yeah.
Understood.
Getting wire out too is big.
Getting the wire out is huge, absolutely is, yeah.
Okay.
Great. Okay. No more questions? Do we have a motion for 100 Lakewood Drive?
I'll make a motion for a negative determination for 100 Lakewood Drive
Okay, with the changes requested.
with the changes we
Okay.
mentioned.
All right, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion made, seconded. Any more discussion? Okay, seeing none, roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Great. Thank you,
Very
Shane.
much.
Thank you.
All right. Next item, notice of intent filing 5 Deans Hollow Road, John and Beth Ann Lewis and Drolet. Proposed installation of IA septic system, represents Cape and Islands Engineering. Continued from 7/24 and 8/7. This is a Legacy Regulation 25 project. They're requesting a continuance. This will be the third request for continuance.
Yes, this will be the third request. The representative is aware of that. So they requested for October 23rd to come back, because they wanted to adjust some of the plans on the applications. And again, they want to make sure both applications are heard simultaneously, or at least on the same night. So that was the rationale for the 23rd. So we have, the commission's preference of 3 continuances, or I'm sorry, more than 3 continuances. There will definitely be deeper discussion into whether it's acceptable or not. So this is their third one.
And what was that date again, Dan?
October 23rd?
23rd.
Okay. All right, do we have a motion to continue 5 Deans Hollow Road, IA septic system to October 23rd?
So moved.
Okay.
Second?
Do we have a second? Yeah, okay, second. Any discussion?
Just a clarification. We have a lot of information on this, and I was wondering, did they give a specific reason other than they want the 2 projects to be heard together? Did they say what they were working on, or?
They didn't, for this continuance, they didn't say, they was just plan revisions. But they didn't even say which one it's for. So I don't want to make any assumptions
We
from
don't know
there.
if it's the septic or the,
Yeah, I don't know if it's the first one just for the septic, or if it's the second one for the entire property.
Right.
I'm just not sure.
And just to clarify, this is kind of the final continuance before we, as a commission, have the discretion to require them to start the clock again? Is that correct?
Correct, which would include, reapplying the application from scratch, so that's a butters notifications, reissuance of a new DEP number, things of that nature.
Okay.
Yeah.
And set it with the new Reg 25.
It would be set with the new Reg 25, correct.
Okay.
High stakes.
Any,
High stakes.
okay. Motion made, seconded. Do a roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay. All right, next item, notice of intent filing 5 Dean's Hollow Road, John and Beth Ann Lewis and Drollet, proposed raise of existing dwelling, construct and maintain new single-family dwelling with IA septic system, hardscape, landscape, and mitigation plantings. Representatives Cape and Islands Engineering, continued from 7/24 and 8/7. This is Legacy 20, Regulation 25 project. And this still didn't have a DEP number? Did we get a DEP number on that yet?
No, we have
Still no
not.
number.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on there. We'll have to reach back out again.
Okay, yeah, great. All right, request for continuance to October 23rd, same as the previous project, so. Do we have a
I'd make a
motion?
motion, yeah, to
Yeah.
continue the project at 5 Dean's Hollow Road to October 23rd.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made, second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Thank you. All right, next item, notice of intent filing, 101 Papaneset Island Road, Lee and Ann Cornfield Wallace, proposed installation of swimming pool and patio with mitigation plantings. Representatives Wet Tech Land Design, continued from 8/7, this is a Legacy Regulation 25 project, and DP number 433353. Good evening.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Wayne Tavares. I'm from Wet Tech Land Design. I'm a professional wetland scientist, construction supervisor. The board had sent me away 2 weeks ago to respond to some queries that they had. So I have the responses. I believe all of the commissioners have the responses. Trying to keep this as short as possible. There's a new plan. The plan is up on the screen. One of the things was site waivers and compelling rationale. Number one, Papaneset Island neighbors have existing swimming pools, so this is not unique. And using the same waivers that you use with ZBA, a lot of those apply in this particular situation. We have no other opportunity but use the existing topography, which is a standard. Lot shape is also kind of weird on this particular site. And then the orientation of the house to the resource area. And to look at the overall project rather than the proactive project of installing a pool is overcoming these encroachments with overwhelming mitigation. And to your credit, Commission, your new table works well. I have both tables, the original mitigation table up on the top and the revised mitigation table below. And despite the fact of moving, I appreciate the commission also allowing me to move the pool to the second best location we could. So we've moved it to a point where 2/3 of the entire pool is outside of your 75-foot range. The patio around the pool is porous, as we discussed before, so the loss of lawn or the removal of lawn is almost 2,000 square feet. The commission also asked for me to stake the site, so I've staked both the pool and the outside patio, plus the mitigation areas. So all of that has been done. The board wanted more information on hydrostatic valves and the placement of the pool in relation to floodwaters, so we provided a cut sheet of hydrostatic valves. We also provided the fact that it's to equalize pressure. It's one of the, I knew what I was saying in the first meeting, but I couldn't say it exactly right, is a hydrostatic valve allows, in the time of flooding, to equalize the pressure in the pool. So the pool fills and it cannot possibly float away. It doesn't move, it can't move. The description that comes up here is for the sake of the safety of the pool, but you know, if it's for the safety of the pool, it's also for the safety of the environment the pool sits in, resides in. And this is for still water flooding. They also sent me away to obtain groundwater location. So I went to the Board of Health. I've got 7 samples for Board of Health, and there is high points on just about every single lot in Papaneset Island, and of course that's where you're going to install your septic. And I did a little over-the-top explanation of digging a perk test for a septic system. And notoriously, they just go down to low enough value to make sure the septic system fits. So a lot of them did not provide adequate distance to groundwater. However, one sample was done by your former Board of Health agent, and I hope he, in my stead, he provided a couple of his own percolation tests, plus he has plenty of observation out in Papaneset Island when he was the agent, and he says that basically the entire island is 1 foot, the groundwater is 1 foot above mean high water. So I hope that satisfies that question. And the last item was I failed to place straw wattles for both limit of work and to provide some protection of where the work is done. So inside the line, I say that's the limit of machine work to excavate that area and to provide piping over to the equipment area, which is to the right and slightly off the plan. And then the other side of the straw wattles is for handwork only, so that we can get plants in for the mitigation, and of course to remove the sod and the lawn that's on the other side. So if you have any other, the mitigation tables were so similar, it was hard for me to believe, but they were very similar in area. They only diverted by 71 square feet. It was worth 4 plants. So what I did is I just kept the same plant list as before. So instead of reducing the plant list to 116 plants, I just left the one that you had seen previous at 120 plants of mitigation. Sorry, a little lengthy, but thank you.
Thank you. Okay, questions from Commissioner Sarah?
Yes, thank you. Steve Highwayne, good evening. I don't have too many questions. I did just want to confirm some of the information in the revised narrative and plan. So the elevation of the pool, am I reading this correctly? It's about
6
feet?
6.2 feet.
6.2 feet.
It has to
And
match
it's
the patio
4 feet deep
existing, and it's 4 feet.
with an 8-foot
8-inch.
8-inch, right? And then we're maybe about 4 inches to groundwater at that point?
Yeah.
Is that about right?
You'll be pretty close.
Okay, we'd be pretty close. Okay. And then the material around the pool, is this proposed to be permeable?
It's
or
all
is this going to be?
permeable,
Okay.
yes. I
Okay.
talked to the owner at length about that, and they knew it. They knew that it had to be.
Sure,
So-
sure. I really, I do respect and appreciate the way the project was reoriented and all the work that has gone into this. I also just wanted to confirm with my fellow commissioners, so this is submitted under the previous regulation 25. We are in the floodplain. Would we need a waiver for setbacks here?
Yeah, that was,
Correct? Okay, and I didn't see that submitted, and actually, Wayne, I'm not sure if you've had an opportunity to read our waiver of requirements, but there are 3 sections. One of them requires applicants to demonstrate a compelling need, and actually a pool in an already habitable house is listed specifically as a non-compelling need. So as much as I do appreciate all the work, I do think that I'm going to have a difficult time or granting approval for regulatory relief. I think the mitigation plantings are thoughtful, but they're replacing areas that are already vegetated. So in terms of the net gain or the enhancement to the resource area, I'm just not sure it is going to justify the disturbance and the project. But that's just my opinion, and I'll hand this off to some other commissioners as well. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Paul?
Yeah, I was kind of hoping to see the pool be completely outside the 75-foot buffer. And I think if it, not that I'm asking you to do this, but if it were orientated a little bit differently and the patio around the pool was reduced, it may fit, but it doesn't. I also agree with Sarah. I find it very difficult to see the compelling need as a criteria for a successful waiver, especially where it does say swimming pool. And I know the applicant mentioned that other people in the neighborhood have pools. Everything's on a case-by-case basis. This is inside the 75-foot buffer, and we spent a long, hard time increasing these buffers, these setbacks. So I have a hard time supporting a pool inside that 75-foot zone.
Okay. Thank you. Neil?
Yeah, I don't have anything to add to.
Okay. Shauna?
Me neither.
Said.
It's been,
Sandy?
I agree 100% with Paul and Sarah on this. I think it could have been orientated out of the 75-foot. And I don't see the compelling need either. It's not justified here.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still concerned with the closeness to the groundwater. I think that was one of my main concerns. And then I know we asked you to move the pool a bit, but, still enough room to move it outside the 75-foot buffer or shrink the size of the pool down, something along that lines. That's my two thoughts on it. Dan and Drew, any comments from you guys?
Yeah, I agree that, looking at relocating the pool, getting it out of the 75-foot buffer, to, address the, yeah, it's obvious. I mean, pools and garages and things of that nature, it's very difficult to demonstrate a compelling need for those types of appurtenances. So, when it's suggested that a relocation, may be granted some additional consideration, and I understand you're just working for your client and what your client's asking for, but I agree with the commissioner's comments. No other comments?
Yeah?
Nope, I don't have it.
Okay. So before we go to vote, any other comments from you?
Yeah, I would say a couple of other issues. The pool, the actual pool, I drew a measurement to the pool deck, which is 59 point some odd feet. To the actual pool, which is the structure we're talking about, is 69.5 feet. So we've got 5.5 feet was short of your new regulations. By the way, it's a new regulation to go to 75 feet. New the beginning of this year, spring, early summer, something like that. So we sort of just missed a deadline. I want to say that. And then a lot of times pools are built in groundwater. It's an inert item when you do concrete sprayed. A lot of times it is put right in groundwater. In this case, we miss groundwater. We have hydrostatic valves which equalize the pressure on this situation. And to address your last issue about reorientation, we still haven't got that by site waiver. I did request the site waiver under number 1 and trying to justify by all those reasons, the orientation, the house happens to be this kitty corner, and this is the rules that ZBA use. These are the same rules that we should use here as far as a waiver is requested. It's a hard time. I see you having a hard time with the pool, but also you're suggesting that it be reoriented and can be reoriented. As a landscape architect, I look at it and I'm having a hard time with the design, but that's not your issue. It's more my issue. I guess before I go to a vote, and I don't want to continue this, the issues at hand are the waiver request. I just want to make sure. It seems like if I poll your individual, I'm going to get a negative vote here. So I'd like to give my clients one more chance of reviewing this. But before I do that, I'm wondering if we can't overcome this waiver for compelling rationale. We've done a good job. In a lot of cases, you don't see all the mitigation to the water side of a project. You see it mixed in with the project. Here, we have it completely out. It's taking up 1,000 or better square feet on the outer area of the straw water line, and of course, the pool and patio is replacing another approximately 900 square feet of lawn. So you're replacing lawn, you're adding mitigation. Yes, some of it is in an area that has trees, but it has no shrub level. So we're removing poison ivy that's under. There's a ton of poison ivy under there. So we're removing that and putting in plant material. And there's some so-called invasive species that are out in that area. We're replacing that as well. This is a nicely balanced project. And we seek a little bit of sort of common sense on allowing a project that is well balanced, has proper mitigation, a limit of work line that's close to the house, a small pool, by the way. A lot of the pools are 18 feet wide and 36 feet long. This one's 12 by 24. It's a very small pool. If you want to reduce the patio around it, that's one thing, but then again, it's porous. So that doesn't make much difference here. I'm looking to see if I come back that I can't have my clients get over this compelling matter. If we're trying hard, we tried hard the first time, we're trying hard a second time.
Okay, so we can try to give you some better direction. So if we go to each commission saying,
Yes.
all right, so you're saying I'll just speak first. So I think if you can move everything out of the 75-foot buffer, and you said the elevation is 6 on it, and saying, okay, so you're going to have probably about close to a foot of separation from groundwater.
Approximately,
Okay.
yeah.
And you've done everything else that we've asked, and see would that be amenable to the other commissioners, so we can ask each commissioner to give you some insight on
Yes.
that. So, we'll start with Sarah.
Thank you. Yeah, Wayne, I understand the predicament. I think in general terms, just keeping consistent with feedback that I offer is, reduce the scope, get as much of the project out of the resource areas and the buffer areas of concern as possible, and provide a really thorough, adequate waiver request. So in this case, there's nowhere on that lot where you're going to be able to avoid requesting regulatory relief from the setbacks in the floodplain. And just, in respect to why those regulations are there, impervious surfaces in the floodplain produce a cumulative impact that we find to be unacceptable per our regulations. So I'm not able to tell you one way or another if there's a way to do this that would demonstrate that compelling need, but I think in general, reducing the scope, getting it out of that 75-foot buffer, and coming back with a much more thorough waiver request would be the best shot for your client, from my perspective.
I appreciate you.
Sure.
Thanks. Paul?
Thank you.
Yeah, as I said earlier, I wanted the pool completely out of the 75-foot zone, pool and deck, patio, if you would. So that would get you out of needing a waiver for that. I am not at all on board with voting to put a swimming pool inside the 75-foot buffer, at all. So that's where I'm coming from.
Okay, thanks. Neil?
Yeah, I concur with what the other commissioners have said.
Okay, thanks. Shauna?
Yeah, I think consistent.
Sandy?
Yes, I want it totally out of the 75.
Okay, I agree with that, too.
So we have a solution, if I can talk to my clients, if we can move this out, including the patio, possibly. I'm just asking, that's what I've heard.
Do you feel
Am I
that it's,
hearing that right?
do you feel that it's possible to get it out of the 75?
Design-wise, yes, but
Okay.
we're talking conservation, this is not about design. So, yeah, I'm looking at it, I looked at it actually another way. So I tried this because it was such a reduction from the first plan. And believe me, there's a small corner, you see the line that goes through the pool, that's the whole, that's the corner, that's in the 75 feet. Very tiny.
And then my second thing would be, as was, I think, stressed here by many commissioners tonight, as a compelling need. So making sure that there is a compelling need and that it's outlined extraordinarily, quite frankly.
Will I need a compelling need if I keep it out of the 75 feet?
Yeah, he's getting
if-
kind of
Yep.
dueling comments here.
Yeah. I was gonna say, if you keep it out of 75.
According to the waiver criterion, if you're outside the, what used to be the 50 foot is now the 75 foot, you don't need a waiver. So we're hearing both sides here, so it would be good for the applicant to understand that, and I believe Paul had mentioned this, if you keep it outside the 75 foot, a waiver is no longer required.
So I
For
should have
that,
clarified.
but it is in the floodplain,
But
correct?
it still triggers mitigation.
Yep.
It's in the
Still triggers
floodplain.
mitigation.
So we would need a waiver for the setbacks,
This is
correct?
also Legacy 25, correct?
Right.
Correct.
So we need a waiver.
So
Needs a waiver
you would
for
need
the
a waiver for the setback from the flood zone regulation, from the legacy, from the older flood zone regulation. But the only reason I mentioned the compelling need is if say your client wants to really keep it even an inch or so in the 75, just making sure you have a compelling need for the pool within the 75-foot buffer. That's all. But you will need a waiver for Reg 25 for the setback from the flood zone.
7C.
Yes, that's.
Yeah.
So it's the same compelling need, it's the same, it's a vertical thing rather than a horizontal thing. Horizontal is 75 foot, vertical is the flood.
No, the floodplain so in our regulations, it states to have a 25-foot setback with any new structure within the floodplain. Obviously, they can't achieve that in this property. They can't get out of the floodplain, that's the bottom line. So they'll have to apply a waiver for that setback provision.
Yeah, the waiver basically explains that it's not possible to achieve a setback from land subject to coastal storm flow because it occupies the entire area available for a pool footprint. So I understand it's very straightforward, but that's what the setback provision requires as a waiver.
So that's an engineering waiver, I'm gonna say that rather than a compelling. It's necessary, but it's not a compelling.
Yeah, it's not a compelling, but you absolutely have to draft something up for it. Yeah, I got you. So,
I'd like to request a continuation and speak with my client.
September 18th, or do you want to go into October?
May I check the schedule? I think I have another one on this. Everybody has them on Thursdays. Let me just check. It's not on here, but something tells me it is. I'll take it. I'll take September 18th.
Okay, and if, yeah, so I'll put you on for September 18th.
What's the next one available? Excuse me.
October, I want to say it was 9th, October 9th.
I can get this done by the 18th. Yeah, the
Okay,
18th.
10
Okay.
Okay. Great. Do we have a motion to continue 101 Papaneset Island Road to September 18th?
So moved.
All right, do we have a second?
Second?
Okay, motion made, seconded. Okay, and roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Great. Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you for your patience, appreciate it.
Next item, notice of intent filing, 55 Redwood Circle, Edward and Rudite Pilpel. Proposed addition to existing dwelling, remove septic system, replace with Title V IA system, remove and rebuild retaining wall and mitigation plantings, representatives BSS Design, Inc., continue from August 7th, and DEP number is 433352. Good evening.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Tom Bunker with BSS Design. Angela Tanner was here last time by Zoom, but she couldn't make that either. So it's just me. the changes, I'll first mention that we haven't gotten feedback, a reply from Natural Heritage yet. That was a request for an exemption. So I'm going to have a continuance to get that anyway.
Okay.
So I'll just put that out. But I thought I'd just come here and get some feedback.
Just wrap it up.
So what we did, and I put a little sort of memo together on the changes we made, and the first thing on the memo was based on some comments by Drew, and we had seen that already on the site, that there are 3 of the native beech trees that are diseased. It's better to request to take them out now rather than come back later after some other work is done. So we do show 3. It's on the landscape plan. It's on our page 1 and page 2. I added a page 2 to address erosion control. So this page 2 is showing the grading that's being done and some construction access. So that access will be only along the north property line, along the house. I also have a little bit of a construction methodology there, where obviously they'll have to start taking out some trees. The deck along the front will be coming out, but there's a beech tree that's coming out. That'll come out, the deck will come out, and then get to the other beech trees, and then take the other decks out. So there's a grading, there's on the, I left them shadowed in, some retaining walls that are rotting, they're falling down. That has to be, they're not going to be fixed. Their grades will be manipulated into a more even, I can't really say gentle, but a more even slope in that area. And there's also that's the area right against the house where those retaining walls are, which actually partly under the existing deck. There's also that odd little round brick circle patio where the fill from that created an odd landform, which is very steep right down behind the shed. So that's being taken out. It's still a steep slope, but it's becoming less steep, more uniform through there. And I have the straw wattles on the north side, just a single row up against, with a silt fence up against the chain link fence. And that might not have quite understood what I said about that. It's to direct this water flow, but not contain it. That is, to allow, it'll since the straw wattle is going straight downhill, any water flow, and of course we hope there's none during this grading time, will just run straight downhill along the wattles and then be directed also into the lawn area, which is flat, where any runoff water will lose its velocity, and any silts will settle out into the lawn. Same on the south side of that grading area, although we have a double row of wattles, which will direct the water down into that same area. So the idea is that water and silt will not be building up against the wattles, but until it gets down to the lawn area, which will then control it. And in the also in the front area where the addition would be built, and there's no vehicular access, perhaps pedestrian, across the southeast corner of the house where it's very steep. Really, nobody should have to go there except on foot. So I added that plan in there, and then had comments about you had asked about the riverfront 5,000 square feet. So I do have some area calculations. Just earlier this week, though, I was running over them in my head and realized I hadn't added in the, you know, we had the house and the driveway and the septic system and the shed all included in there, but I neglected to add there's some masonry steps at the bottom of the stairs, which are proposed to be rebuilt. And I told Drew I inadvertently left that off, and I have to add that up and make sure that it doesn't go above the 5,000 square feet, or pull some other coverage back, or do some other, Drew suggested possibly more mitigation could be done for that also. So I have those things left to do, and that'll be for, you know, take care of after a continuance it would take, that we will have to request. And so with those changes described, then I'd like to hear your comments on everything, and then we'll address the continuance.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Okay, go to Commissioners. Sarah?
Thank you, Steve. Hi, Tom. Good evening. Thank you for leading with the natural heritage project review. I think, you know, we can't go forward till we take a look at that.
Yeah, I don't know, it's taking long. I have to
Sure.
push them to get that. Yeah.
Sure. And I'm glad you mentioned the regulatory trigger reference in Regulation 33 of 5,000 square feet. I see in here it's calculated at 4,911. But my question to you, and correct me if I'm wrong, commissioners here, but that is not just the final footprint, that's all areas of disturbance. So if there's a limit of work or areas impacted by the construction, those would also go into that calculation, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
Those are, well, yes, and I'm considering this, of course, that the total area has been disturbed.
Sure.
And so what I have here is the 5,000. Of course, if we count areas of disturbance, then you know, we probably have 10 or 12,000 square feet of disturbance already.
I think it's new disturbance or alteration for the project, for the purposes of the project.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. I mean, there is revegetation. I mean, to some degree, there
Sure.
is revegetation or mitigation allowed in riverfront areas. So typically, yes, I think when you have a totally natural site, it is the entire 5,000 is all the disturbance, including clearing and everything. That's correct.
Sure, I would just be sure to include that in the calculations, and if you have an opportunity, take a look at our Regulation 33 for riverfront areas. That will define it for you.
Your regulations, you know, specifically says accounting for the house, driveway, and septic system, which
Sure.
kind of limits what's included in that. But I
Sure.
know that, you know, in a totally natural area, it's 5,000 no matter what.
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, I did get a chance to go out to the property today. I do also have a question about the vegetated buffer strip or the mitigation plantings, and why we're not putting that as close to the resource. I know we had requested in the waiver here, there's a request for a variance from that requirement, both in Regulation 12 and in Regulation 33. So I wanted to hear from you why we're not just putting that as close to the resource as possible.
Well, it is. It's along the river.
Where the existing lawn is, though, that little point that's right on the bank, are we keeping, on the plan here, it says that we're keeping this existing lawn. And
Yes.
I'm curious why we're not doing mitigation plantings there.
Well, we put it along, we put it directly along one resource area,
Sure,
the river.
sure.
Yes, but not along the pond.
Okay,
I think if that were to be, I mean, this is the actual mitigation area. I mean, not all this other is native planting, but it's not mitigation planting.
I see.
I mean, that's the distinction. So on the
I
Crawford
see.
Land Management Plan, the green area is it's sort of remedial planting to heal the site and make it better, but it's not. The mitigation planting is along the river.
Okay,
But if I'd like to hear if you know, that's a comment I'd like to hear. If we're going to have to do something more on the lawn, then I'll convey that and then see about what we can do for it.
Yes, I would like to see something on the pond side as well. I mean, this parcel's surrounded by resource areas, so there are a couple of different pieces of regulatory framework that do require that. So if that's not going to be done, if you could please just include a justification for it in the waiver request when you come back.
Yeah, I actually did, I think I did say in something I'd sent in that we're,
It says here that the long existing lawn area near the pond is not proposed to be planted with native shrubs or become part of the naturally vegetated buffer strip. But what's missing is the why that is.
the why.
Yeah, yep. And then I just wanted to confirm, according to the nitrogen calculations that were submitted, we are proposing an increase in roof area, a very slight decrease in paved areas, and then a slight decrease in naturally vegetated areas, and that the current system is functioning within the regulatory limits set forth in Regulation 30.
Yeah.
Does that sound about right?
Well, let me see, I have it here. There is an increase in roof area because of the addition. That's correct.
Yep, and decrease in the pavement, and then we're decreasing the naturally vegetated area, even with all the plantings. Is that right?
The pavement, the pavement gone down 30 square feet on the pavement.
Yep.
Yeah. What was your other question? I'm sorry.
The pervious surface is listed, so the natural vegetation here, it looks like there's also a decrease of,
Yeah, well, the
Just a little
natural
over
went
200 square
down
feet.
by maybe about the same amount as the roof went up. I mean,
Okay.
the natural in their formula, the natural is the total lot area minus the roof, minus the sum of the roof and the pavement.
okay, sure. And, you know, and again, there is an opportunity to make up that difference. It's just over that 200 square feet in the lawn area,
There's an opportunity for it.
to make up that difference with the lawn area, reducing the lawn and increasing
Reduce
vegetation.
lawn area to make
Yeah.
up for the,
Yep. And then I think the other question that I had, and again, maybe this is a question for the commissioners, when we're looking at Regulation 33, in a riverfront area, our regulation states that a minimum 100-foot wide area of natural vegetation must be left undisturbed or provided. And I just wanted to make sure that this is being accomplished, or we're including this in the waiver.
So you're saying 100 foot?
Yep, that's what Regulation 33 is saying. Yep.
That's D3, is that what you're looking at?
Yes, D3, exactly. Yep.
Unless the applicant clearly demonstrates that an alternative location is more protective.
Is that for new construction or existing? Does it differentiate? Since you-
No,
you
it
guys
just
have the
says
regulations.
allowable alteration, and it uses that 5,000 square feet or 10% of the riverfront area within the lot, whichever is greater. So, does not say. It doesn't list a difference between maintenance and new construction.
Okay.
Yeah,
This says 100 foot?
that's what it says.
Okay, well, house is 52 feet from the bank right now, existing.
So,
I don't know.
That provision is really for undeveloped lots where you have an opportunity to preserve the inner riparian as a naturally vegetated area. But when you have pre-existing legally developed areas, I don't think that's I don't see how that's a requirement when you've got house footprint already legally existing within that riparian
Sure.
zone.
I think, I understand, Drew. I think what I'm looking for is the language to support that, because here in D3, it does say that the natural vegetation must be left undisturbed or provided which my read would indicate that we're replacing disturbed or altered areas. So I'm just looking for the language to find out if that needs to be included in the waiver request, since we're continuing the project.
Yeah, we can certainly look into that
Okay.
more and advise the applicant.
Perfect. Thank you. Those, I think, are all my questions.
Okay,
Thanks,
Paul?
Steve.
Yeah, I'm looking at the waiver backup information material, and under 2.0, non-compliant septic location entryway. There's language here that says, prepare for the future connection to the town waste treatment plant. What is that?
Well, he's only, I mean, I'm not sure what the preparation is, except maybe just put in good pipes, but he's obviously just hoping that someday there'll be some sewer project phase that will come down Redwood Circle.
But this is an IA system that's going in, correct? So they don't hook in, do they?
Have to replace the whole thing.
If
right?
somebody has an IA system, are they required, if the town had sewer in the area, are they required to connect?
Whether they're required, I'm not too sure, that's BOH, but I would imagine if they wanted to, there would be no issue. Obviously, there would be some abandoning of the septic system, which the state has a very strict definition for.
Right.
But that's all I know, yeah.
So what caught my eye was, assuming that you are preparing for a future connection to the town waste treatment plant, is the disturbance for where you would have to connect going to figure into the total coverage for riverfront?
You know, frankly, I didn't,
Are you going to work yourself into a corner that you can't get out of? That's what I'm curious about.
no, I'm frankly not,
Yeah, really.
other than possibly putting a stub on this pipe to make a direct connection, because the septic tank is right there, so I mean, you'd have to perhaps dig up either part of the driveway or along the driveway to go out to the road. So this is something that the owner put together, so
Right. Well, that was my, I think you understand what I'm saying. If you're required to stay within that 5,000 feet of disturbance, and now a year, 2, 5 down the road, you want to connect to some hypothetical treatment plant that's going to be in this area, are you going to be able to do that?
well, I think that
I think you might want to take that into consideration.
it could be, 10 square feet or something if they have to.
I don't know.
They could we could right now put a T in there under the driveway, so they say, okay, if you're gonna hook up, then you're just gonna dig up existing driveway to put it in, which is already considered a disturbed area.
No, I just saw it, so I thought I'd bring that to your
Yeah.
attention.
Yeah, that's a good question.
That's all I have
I
right
hadn't put a
now.
lot of thought into
Okay.
that one thing.
Thanks, Paul. Neil?
Yeah, I don't have anything further.
Okay, Shauna?
No, I think there's a lot of improvement in terms of the bank and vegetation along the river and just, Paul, just so that I'm getting better at my nitrogen calculations, but this seems like a 50% reduction in nitrogen from the existing system to the new system.
Yeah, well, that's generally to be expected. The talk with Pete McEntee, and he does these particular type of
Given,
reduction, and standard concentration is 35 parts per million, and what the town wants is about 19 parts per million, which is almost 50% reduction right there. So as long as you don't add a bedroom or add too much roof area or lawn area, things like that, then yeah, we'll generally be close to a 50% reduction.
given it's sitting on a pond and a river, that's, I think, a very significant improvement.
Okay. Thanks, Shauna. Sandy?
No, I think we've covered everything.
Okay. Dan, Drew, you guys have any other comments?
Just a brief comment on the mitigation location. So that side of the river where the mitigation is currently proposed, and I don't say this to, just additional mitigation over lawn areas, that's always a good thing. But from my experience in that stretch of the river channel, coming out of the outlet cage for Mashpee Wakey Pond, this is, just inside the mouth of the river, that embankment area was the subject of restoration decades ago, and it's falling apart. in many of those areas. So anything to make that stretch where the property abuts the actual river channel would only serve to be a significant benefit to stabilize that area, because it's really in need not only on this property but the adjacent property further downstream. That whole bank is being undercut. It is the subject of the scope of restoration for this portion of the Mashpee River. So, if there's an opportunity to focus mitigation in that area, it would certainly serve a significant benefit.
Okay. Anything there?
No, if you're going to be requesting continuance, you definitely have what the commissioners are aiming at. And that's it for me until there's a date set, yeah.
Great, thanks. I have no comments. All right. Okay, so requesting a continuance. What,
September.
I would like to request 2 weeks, but I just don't think that's enough, because I don't know when Natural Heritage is gonna get back, and I also am not sure about some of these other, perhaps reducing the lawn, planting there, talk with Drew about what other riverfront areas and things, so.
You want to go for October 9th? That's a month from now.
Yeah, to be safe, 'cause
Okay.
I don't want to run into getting into 3 or whatever continuances, so it's.
okay, great. All right, do we have a motion to continue 55 Redwood Circle to October 9th?
So moved.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? No? Seeing none, roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Okay, next item, notice of intent filing for 89 Bluff Avenue, John and Kirsten DeSanto. Proposed raise of existing dwelling and construct and maintain new single-family dwelling with IA septic system upgrade, mitigation plantings. Representatives BSS Design Inc., continuing from August 7th. This is a Legacy Regulation 25 project. DEP number 433355. All right. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Chair Cook. Good evening, everyone. You may remember me. My name is Adam Brodsky. I'm an environmental lawyer with an office in Hingham, and I've been asked to work with John and Kirsten DeSanto and their team on this project. In fact, the DeSantos are here this evening. You know, obviously, Tom Bunker, professional land surveyor with BSS Design. Timothy Loff, our architect with Architect Associates, is here also this evening, as well as Andrew Garrelay, registered landscape architect of Yarmouth Port Design Group. And I was asked specifically to address several concerns, two of which were what are the applicable regulations relating to this project, and second, to identify what, if any, waivers are required under the Mashpee Wetlands Bylaw and wetland regulations. After I was engaged, I updated my regulations and also consulted with Mr. McManus to make sure that I had the correct information and the correct regulations. And my conclusions are stated in my August 28, 2025 letter to the Conservation Commission. I'm not going to repeat that verbatim, simply provide you with a brief summary. I confirm that this project is not subject to the revised version of Regulation 25, which provides performance standards for work within land subject to coastal storm flowage. And I see on the agenda, it's now indicated as Legacy Regulation 25, so I'll use that termination if that helps. This notice of intent was submitted prior to the end of the grace period before the new Regulation 25 became effective. The project, which is located on a landlocked lot within land subject to coastal storm flowage, meets and in fact exceeds the requirements of the Legacy Regulation 25. I think you're aware that the Legacy Regulation actually allows the use of a conventional concrete foundation with flood vents, which would also comply with the flood-resistant construction requirements in the Massachusetts Building Code for construction within the FEMA AE elevation flood zone. That's the relevant federal flood zone here. However, at the request of the Conservation Commission, the clients have agreed to change the project and change the foundation type. And as Tom will explain to you, are now proposing concrete piers in lieu of a conventional foundation with flood vents. It's the type of foundation that you would typically see within a FEMA velocity zone. Again, this is an AE elevation 13 flood zone. I also concluded, and again, my reasoning is stated in my letter, that the project does not require waivers under Regulation 25. I also, in my letter, addressed Regulation 29, which concerns buffer zones and naturally vegetated buffer strips, and concluded that the project does not require mitigation plantings and therefore no waivers required under the regulation. But again, the clients are providing extensive mitigation and in an abundance of caution have submitted a waiver request from Regulation 29B. Again, making every effort to satisfy the Commission's concerns. And then again, briefly, I'm just going to touch on two other issues addressed in my letter. With respect to Regulation 30, which concerns the prevention of pollution, as I make clear in my letter, the clients are proposing an innovative alternative system which will actually exceed Title V and your other requirements. I believe the existing system, if my memory is correct, is just slightly over your 19 parts per million standard?
Parts per million.
Parts per million, thank you. And so anyway, again, the use of an IA system is going to dramatically reduce loading. And then lastly, with respect to the expansion of the dwelling, as I made clear in my letter, that's permitted under regulations. But I respectfully suggest that the focus should not be on the size of the house, but the amount of permanent alteration of land within the floodplain and your 100-foot buffer zone to coastal wetland resource areas. So the Wetlands Protection Act and your regulations regulate the alterations of land. The existing dwelling, which sits at grade on a conventional foundation, alters 1,618 square feet of land. Again, the house is going to be now elevated on pilings. That conventional foundation raised and eliminated. So the permanent alteration as a result of this project is dramatically reduced to approximately 55.8 square feet. That represents the footprint of the piers, as well as the concrete retaining wall for the septic system. I think it's a net reduction of that alteration of that floodplain land of a little over 1,500 square feet. The elevation of the dwelling on the concrete piers eliminates the existing unfinished basement, and the clients are also abandoning their existing garage. Again, this is not necessarily a wetland concern, but it's reasonable for them to want to recapture some of the lost storage that is lost as a result of elevating the dwelling on concrete piers, again, to provide enhanced protection to the interests which are protected under land subject to coastal storm flowage, storm damage prevention, and flood control. I mean, this is a good project made even better. We're replacing an existing non-conforming structure with a structure that exceeds the minimal required flood-resistant construction requirements in the building code and under your regulations. So I'm sorry to speak a little bit longer than I anticipated, but Tom can explain that in more detail. And again, we have the rest of the team here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the record. My name is Tom Bunker with BSS Design. I'm a registered land surveyor, not an architect or a structural engineer, but we do show Tim Luff's office sent us a new proposed foundation plan. We show on our plan here the squares These are 12-inch square concrete piers that will, basically the top of the piers will be at elevation 13 and go 4 feet below grade. So the entire area under the house will be open certainly to spill water, flooding, but also it will allow water to go through, if there does happen to be any actually moving water, flowing water. We're not in the velocity zone, but it's close. And so this will open it all up. We heard at the last time, seemed to be your biggest concern about this project was it was even only a slight increase in the footprint area of the size of foundation walls. And so now we have no foundation walls except across the back of the house where there's a wall which will be there only to hold up the septic system that is elevated to be more than 5 feet above groundwater. And so there is that wall containment in the backyard for that septic system, but otherwise it's all free flowing. And the pink dot pattern there are the native plant mitigations as proposed by the landscape architect Andrew Garrelay. So that putting it up on the piers is basically the only change we made to address your concern. So I think with that, we'll leave it open to questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, go to commissioners. Sarah?
Sure. Thanks, Steve. Good evening, gentlemen and team for the project. I do have just a couple of questions, and I will say that the pile foundation is an excellent modification that's going to serve the applicants. It's going to serve the resource area, and Tom, you mentioned it will certainly help if there's moving water, and what the data shows us is that that's not an if, it's a when. So this is a very good modification. Thank you for responding to that. And Mr. Brodsky, I would thank you for your letter. I will mention, and of course I'm sure this is repeating if you've been in contact with the conservation staff, so my apologies. For the Legacy Regulation 25, we do consistently require for parcels such as this that are completely in the floodplain, a waiver request for Regulation 25 7C, which is setbacks, properties for which we cannot achieve a setback from the resource area, which I'm sure you're aware of under our legacy regulations. And I do just want to make sure that you've also had an opportunity to see our Chapter 172 7A, I think it's 73, which describes the waiver of requirements content that we request come in when regulatory relief is being requested. So there are 3 categories that we do require are addressed to make sure that we are able to do our due diligence in granting regulatory relief for projects such as this. So I'm sure, again, you've seen these. If you haven't, I'm sure we can arrange for that.
No, thank you. I have seen it. I reach a different conclusion. I understand that conservation commissions have practices which they like to do. I'm focused on what I believe the regulations require. And again, we've conformed to your practice by providing the request with the information that supports that request.
Sure, understood, and I understand that we have different folks that we're working for. We are town officials. We advocate for the town of Mashpee and the community here in the natural resources, even if it doesn't necessarily benefit a project the way it's presented 100%, but we do have backing from our legal counsel to support our interpretation, and it is consistently applied across all applicants. So just wanted to get that out of the way, but I'm sure you've been told that.
And again, I confirmed my analysis with your staff.
Fantastic. So you probably heard this already.
Disagreement regarding what the regulations say, but we're demonstrating our good faith by conforming to your practice.
Understood. Thank you. Tom, I do have just a couple of questions about the plan as proposed. So the proposed driveway, is that permeable? Is that going to be gravel in the front?
That is...
Yes? Okay.
That's a landscape architecture question.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for the landscape architecture answer. Just to confirm, the limit of work also, is that riding pretty much on top of the property line?
Yes.
Okay. And then the retaining wall. So am I reading this correctly, where we're essentially enclosing in the backyard?
Correct.
With the top of wall height, I think it's 11 and a half feet?
Yes.
Okay. And concerns about channelizing waters onto abutting properties? I know we've had a couple of abutter letters to that effect. Do you have any response, or do any of the other folks here
I don't
representing the
think
project?
I don't think there's water going to be channelized. I mean, the water here is going to rise. There might be some motion to it, obviously, but it's going to rise. Let's say it floats all boats, but it's going to rise evenly on all the lots at the same time.
For sea level rise, but I think what we're talking about are storm surges or coastal flow.
So if,
Well, no, I'm talking about a flood. I'm talking about a 100-year flood.
correct.
Sure.
When we get the flood, it's going to affect, if anything, it's going to be running, sea, from sea inland, but it's an A, this part, and the people behind them are in an A flood zone, which is, generally considered the water is going to be rising. It's not going to rise here only on Bluff Avenue and then
Sure.
go toward Wilson's Grove, because the water is going to be in Wilson's Grove also at the
Okay.
same time.
Okay. Okay, well, you know what, I think in that case, those are the only questions I have.
Okay,
Steve,
thanks,
hand it
Sarah.
back to you.
Paul?
Thank you.
I was just going to comment on the need for the waiver request for Regulation 25-7C, whether or not you agree with it, or whether or not the staff agrees with it. It is the legal counsel's opinion, dated November 1st, 2023, that the interpretation of 7C is, the setback is required. It's a resource area, it's a coastal wetland, as I'm sure you know, in 13140, not regulations, the law. Land subject to coastal flow is a coastal wetland. And if you go to our bylaw, coastal wetlands is a resource area. So you are inside the resource area. Whether it's your agreement or not, it is what the town of Mashpee is using. It's a waiver request that must be filled out in order to justify the setback of, at the time, 50 feet. Now it's 75, but that, irregardless, you're in legacy stuff here. So it's a 50-foot setback that has to be adhered to. So you need to request the waiver for that. Plain and simple. We've done that consistently since that legal opinion has been granted, and we've requested everyone that's come before this commission to ask for the waiver for Reg 25-7C. And I read your letters, both of them, actually.
Yes, sir.
And you specifically state that there's no need for a waiver for Regulation 25. I disagree.
Yes, sir.
And I don't want to argue with you, I'm just telling you.
I'm not
that
going to
waiver in.
argue back. I'm well aware of the requirements of the State Wetlands Protection Act for land subject to coastal storm
This has
flowage.
nothing to do with the state.
Oh,
This
no,
is
you.
local.
Again, I'm not arguing with you, sir. As you know, there are no performance standards under the State Act. I acknowledged in my letter that you have a more stringent bylaws, more stringent regulations. I'm happy, it's something of an academic conversation, but happy to review town council's opinion and conform to this commission's practice.
Good. That's all I have.
Okay, thanks. Neil?
I don't have anything further.
Okay. Shauna?
When would you like to start construction?
I don't know the answer to the question. Obviously, we need our order of conditions and other zoning relief and other permits necessary for the project.
There's a lot of really good on this. There's a lot of development going on in a very small area with Wilson's Grove and this project. So I think this adds great benefit to the resource area up on the pilings, great reduction in that. I just sometimes get worried if there was a hurricane while there were 4 houses in play in that area, what would that do to the entire neighborhood? That's my only concern. But
Again,
guess
I mean, that's,
it's like, you know, the chicken and egg question, right? So.
Again, a hypothetical question I can't answer. I assume each of the projects will be permitted and determined to be compliant with the state act as well as your bylaw, have the appropriate erosion controls, and I assume the contractors are all responsible and will secure their sites in the event of a storm event.
Okay, thank you. Sandy?
No, I have nothing further. I agree, we need the waiver, but it's a good project, so.
Okay, thank you. A couple of questions. It's good that the house is going on pylons, so what's going to be underneath the house? Is it going to be gravel underneath the house?
I'm not quite sure.
A concrete slab, is that?
That would be preferable, yes.
Okay. What we've asked of previous applicants on similar projects is to put cutouts in the slab so that will help disperse the water into the ground, like a 3-foot by 3-foot cutout with stone, probably like 4 of them underneath, spread out
Yes, sir.
evenly. And then any water coming through can help percolate into the ground along with that. That'll be helpful there. I'm trying to think of any other questions I had. Oh, on your construction methods, how are you guys going to build out this property? You starting from the rear, moving forward, or what's the
I think
methodology?
Obviously, we'd have to work from the rear. I think they'd obviously put in the wall. The wall and the septic system is made out of H20 components.
Okay.
So they could put that in the ground, cover it, maybe cover it extra with steel plates, but they could use that as, at least for material storage while they're. Probably makes it easier, because if they're doing just the piers rather than a full foundation, then there's sort of more level area and to sort of the work on, less chance of falling in. But yeah, I think they'd have to work from the back, all the concrete work from the back toward the front.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, Dan, Drew, you guys have any questions or any comments?
Just a comment to the applicant in regard to the waiver request. If I'm misinterpreting anything, any of the commission, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here. But so the waiver, effectively from 25 section C7 setbacks, would include an element of demonstration of compelling need. Obviously, the setback can't be met because there's nowhere to move the house anywhere else to achieve that kind of setback. I think that's a very straightforward situation. But the demonstration of compelling need can be, the need for a flood zone compliant home. And I think if I'm interpreting the commission correctly, simply putting that in writing as part of the application for the administrative record is what they're asking for.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
we've done in the past.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
That's consistent with.
Part of the record.
Right,
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, anything else, Drew?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Dan?
Sure.
That was going to be my comment on all the waiver discussion, just having a set pathway for that, that's all.
Okay, great. Okay, any other questions from commissioners? Okay. Do we have a motion for a notice of intent filing for 89 Bluff Avenue? Make a motion for close an issue, or?
I'd like to see the waiver first.
Want to see a waiver first?
Sure do. Yeah.
Chair Cook, again, this is the second evening. Waiver's just going to indicate what Mr. McManus indicated, that the clients would like to close the public hearing this evening and proceed with the project. So you can condition, a special condition requiring the submittal of that waiver based upon the representation that we're just going to state what Mr. McManus has asked us to state.
Okay, so it'd just be a paperwork issue for
Correct.
condition, so nothing would move forward without it? based on the condition, right? Yeah.
With conservation, yeah, so what would happen there is, if a building permit was applied for prior to that being submitted, there would be no conservation sign-off until it is achieved, that's all.
Correct.
Okay. Does that?
Yeah, I think it's a simple matter to provide that in short order. Now that they know exactly what to provide, we can certainly send that out to the commissioners if you want to make it a condition and move on with the hearing tonight. Or if you want to continue it to see it in person, up to you. Either way, we're fine.
Okay. I'm fine with it as a condition because there won't be a sign-off anyways until that condition is met. So, which we've done on other notice of intent filings for other projects.
The other option would be to close the public hearing and deliberate, and come back on September 18th with the waiver request in hand, so that this commissioner is satisfied. I'd like to see the waiver request, just so I know it's part of the administrative record. We would then be able to issue the order of conditions on September 18th, well within the 21-day window. It's an option.
Okay. Is that something you would like to do, Sarah?
I'd like that more than conditioning the waiver being submitted.
Okay.
Again, if I might, Chair Cook, again, the commission will decide procedurally how to do this. But again, if you're going to continue this to the 18th, that's going to require the clients to have a representative here. There's cost associated with it. You have ultimate control over this. We're not going to get a building permit if you don't have the waiver. We're not going to get a certificate of compliance if the project doesn't meet all of the special conditions within the order of conditions.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't say to continue it. I said to close
Close, right.
and deliberate. We would have a 21-day window to issue the order.
Right.
The hearing's closed. Nothing else would come in. We've heard all of the information we're going to possibly hear. What we don't have is the waiver. So you could close the hearing. We would deliberate. As soon as we open up again, the hearing would be, or the paperwork would all be on the table, and we'd be able to issue the order.
Okay, without having a representative here.
I
So-
don't see what
yeah.
would be the need, nothing else. The hearing's closed.
Right.
Sure. And procedurally, is that a close and issue
Procedurally,
tonight?
you would have closed the hearing. The only thing you're doing is deliberating over that 21-day period. That's what you have to issue the order. And you would issue it on the 18th, which is our next meeting. And everybody could sign it, and you're good to go.
Yeah, so the motion would just be to close the public hearing. It would not be issuance. Just like Paul said, at the next hearing, nobody would need to show up. You'd have the waiver in hand, and you can deliberate and then issue.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
My only concern, again, we will ultimately conform to what the commission decides. What if you have a question? It's not unheard of conservation commissions when reviewing orders of conditions to ask questions of applicants, despite the fact that the public hearing is closed. Not additional information, it's clarification of information that's
Well,
been
the
previously.
hearing will be closed. You know, all questions have been
Right. we're not gonna
answered,
have
so it wouldn't be any questions, wouldn't any discussion. We would get the waiver and then make the motion for an issue at that point. So,
Thank you, Chair
Okay.
Cook. I don't want to
Okay.
belabor this.
yeah, so, okay, so it seems like two commissioners, Sandy? You wanna go-
agree.
You want to go in that route? Okay, all right, so need a motion to close the hearing for 89 Bluff Avenue. And to deliberate and make an issue on September 18th.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion. Yes, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing for 89 Bluff Avenue and defer deliberations to September 18th, pending submittal from the applicant of a waiver for Regulation 25-7C, at which point we will deliberate and determine whether to issue the permit for the project.
Okay, motion made,
Is that
second?
Second.
Okay, motion made, second. Any more discussion? No? Seeing none, roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Could I make a motion to do a 2-minute recess?
Yeah, sure. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye? Aye. Okay, 2-minute recess. Thank you.
3.5 hours. It's 3.5 hours with the executive session.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
I'm good. At least right now.
since we set 6:30, 8:30, 2 hours, and we've gotten through 2, IA septic system upgrade and mitigation plantings. Representatives Cape and Islands Engineering, Inc., and DEP number 433361.
Good evening. For the record, Raul Lizardi from Cape and Islands Engineering, representing the applicant from Gilo's family. The project before you is a notice of intent application to construct a garage with an ADU on the second floor of the garage structure. The wetland resources on or within 100 feet or 150 feet of the project are land subject to coastal stone flowage, coastal bank, a salt marsh. Across the street and across the properties across the street, there is land under the ocean, which is Wacoit Bay, and land containing shellfish. Specifically, the project takes place mostly in the buffer zones to a coastal bank. The coastal bank is just a little rise on elevation on the backyard or side yard of the property. It's all lawn maintained areas that slope roughly 2 feet So it's a very subtle elevation change, but it meets the criteria of the slope for the definition of a coastal bank. The salt marsh is the second closest wetland to the project, which is to the west of the property as shown on the plan. So the project proposes a couple of activities. The first one is the upgrade of the septic system from a substandard Title V septic system to a denitrifying septic system. The septic system is shown on the plan. There is a septic tank near the back corner of the deck, and off of that tank there is a D-box, and then there's a leaching pit. The leaching pit is located 23 feet from the top of the bank and is located 40 feet from the edge of the salt marsh. The proposed septic system is going to be improved by abandoning the existing leaching pit and removing the existing septic tank, replacing the tank with a nitrifying microfast tank, and to get the flow to an area furthest from the wetland resources, we're proposing a pump chamber. So on the plan, you see two components on the back part of the side of the house, which is a tank and a pump chamber. And then we have the leaching component of the system located in the driveway out front. Now, in terms of improvements provided by this septic system upgrade, we have that the leaching field setback to the marsh increases from 40 feet to 139 feet. The setback to the bank increases from 23 feet to 67 feet. And we believe that the existing leaching pit is less than 4 feet above groundwater. The proposed leaching system is going to be 5.6 feet above groundwater. Another major improvement is that the septic system is not a denitrifying septic system. The proposed system is a denitrifying septic system. The only project that's happening within a wetland resource area is actually the abandoning of the existing tanks and the installation of the tank and the pump chamber. The other activity in the wetland resource is the mitigation planting. This wetland resource in question is the land subject to coastal storm flowage. The ADU is proposed in an area that currently is occupied by an existing tool shed, by gravel driveway, and by developed and maintained lawn areas. So the ADU garage is already area that are developed, and is outside of the 75-foot buffer to the closest resource, which is the coastal bank. There is going to be some proposed modifications to the existing driveway. The configuration on the plan, you see that I included a little detail on the bottom section of the plans to kind of show the finished surfaces. The area of the driveway is still going to be a gravel driveway, so it's going to be pervious, same as existing. There's a little expansion of driveway, and that's the only expansion of development that happens within the 50 to 75 buffer zone. And then there's the expansion from the 75-foot to the 150-foot buffer zone that includes the main project, which is the ADU and the garage. These increases in development require mitigation planting. So the mitigation planting has been calculated, and 1,135 square feet is proposed for native plantings. That 1,135 square feet is in an area that is currently mostly lawn and landscape plantings. It is also at the closest location to the secondary wetland, which is the salt marsh, but it's also within the coastal bank. So we are vegetating with natural species, a coastal bank, and also enhancing the existing natural buffer. Other improvements that this project does is that in coordination with the mitigation planting, there's a reduction of 1,400 square feet of lawn areas. The reduction in lawn areas plus the denitrifying septic system also provide the benefit of nitrogen reduction from an overall site of 11.7 parts per million to roughly 8 parts per million. So that's the project that we have with this notice of intent, and if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Great, thanks, Raul. Okay, go out to Commissioner. Sarah?
Okay, thank you, Steve. Raul, good morning, or good evening, excuse me. Thank you for the excellent presentation. I did just have a couple of questions, and I'm so sorry. The staking was beautifully done, but I was unable to measure while I was out there due to time, and I'm wondering if you could confirm for me how close the edge of the proposed mitigation planting is to the top of the coastal bank. So how much lawn are we retaining in coastal bank? Do you know what I mean?
So the top of the bank, because it's based on the surface that exceeds the 10%,
Right.
kind of cuts through the backyard, and then it follows the existing edge of clearing. So the southern portion, I would probably say 1/3 of the mitigation is completely in a coastal bank based on the slope. The remaining area of the mitigation is within the first 20 feet of the buffer zone to that coastal bank.
I see, up on the top portion. Okay. Okay. Thank you. And all of the trees, that big, beautiful, was it like a juniper tree? That one's going to stay intact?
There is no proposed for removal of trees. One of the items that the homeowner wanted us to do is, if you look at the plan, we see that the force main and the sewer line kind of loop around the house and it goes through the existing walkway. Homeowner prefers to rip up the walkway and install these utilities in the walkway instead of going in the lawn to avoid damaging the big tree that's in front of the house.
Okay, okay, wonderful. I think those are the only questions I have. Honestly, thank you, other than, I don't know how it, when the house was built, but how somebody thought it was okay to put a septic system that close to a salt marsh. So I'm glad you're moving it.
In the application, we included aerial photographs.
Yeah.
The house existed in the 1950s.
Okay.
So if it existed in that aerial, it was
Fair enough.
older than that. Maybe not at this exact footprint, but this exact footprint kind of shows itself in another aerial image from 1960. So we're talking probably more than 60
Previous,
years
yep.
with this footprint.
Okay, and actually, I did have one question. So on the slab for the garage, is there any drainage planned for inside of that slab? You know, as Commissioner Cook mentioned.
Not for the
those-
inside. The only drainage we have is for the roof runoff.
Okay, would the applicant possibly consider, or, I mean, this is radical, and I don't think would be required, but, I mean, would there be any consideration to modify it to be maybe on piles and have a carport with permeable
So the
substrate?
underneath is going to be used for a garage, so they do want it to be a concrete slab. The location is outside of the flood zone, so
Sure.
technically they don't have to do that. They did want it at a garage and they wanted full walls, so that's what we're proposing.
Sure, and I saw there are already 2 garages on site, so I wondered if they might be open to something that would allow for just, if we're looking at cumulative impact. I know we're not in the flood zone there, but just the cumulative impact of the region to increase the permeability next to those resource areas. If there would be anything they might be willing to consider.
So I think for permeability purposes, because it's underneath a roof, it really makes no difference. And being outside of the flood zone, yeah, I don't think a permeable garage fully enclosed makes sense in this application.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got, Steve.
Thanks. Paul?
Yeah. Hi, Raul. Haven't seen you for a while. This application is coming under the new regulation.
That is correct.
25. Did you look at the Morris data viewer for flood exceedance levels that the Cape Cod Commission requires a baseline of 2050?
Yes.
And what did you find?
I saw the information from that viewer. I just look at the information and see the numbers that it gives me, but really nothing to do with it. No regulatory requirement for the design aspect of this project for it.
Well, when you look at the new Reg 25, it refers back to all of the presumptions of significance and critical characteristics. And in that part of Reg 25 is a lengthy discussion of sea level rise. That's what the Morris data view is all about. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
So the flood exceedance levels for this particular site for 2050 which sounds like a long time away, but really isn't, is a 1 in 5 chance that it will exceed the current FEMA maps. The FEMA maps were used in our 2014. Totally outdated, and I don't think we're going to get much from FEMA for a while. It's pretty much a closed organization. And the depths of water that go along with that probability, not possibility, probability, is in excess of 3.5 feet. So assuming that Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute knows what they're talking about, this area is going to have a lot of water on it, much more so than what the FEMA maps are indicating today. But what we're all trying to do is to enhance coastal resiliency and pay attention to the data sets that we now have. That's why Reg 25 was revised. So I'm curious, I looked at the buoyancy figures for the tank and I believe it was the pump. Hold on. The pump chamber and the tank. You have the dead weight, the buoyancy force, and the safety factor. Could you explain the 8.9 and 11.1 figures at the end of that for me?
So that means that the structure weighs 8.9 times more than the buoyancy force trying to push the tank out of the ground.
Okay.
And the 11 corresponds that the structure weighs 11 times more than the buoyancy force trying to push the structure out of the ground.
Okay. So that has nothing to do with storm surge?
No, that's groundwater effects on the structures.
This is just groundwater?
Yes.
Okay. I do have some concerns based on tomorrow's data viewer, not only for the septic tank itself, but for part of the leach field, which is inland subject to coastal flow as well, because I'm a little concerned that that might not function very well when it's covered with 3 feet of water.
The leaching system is not in the flood zone right now, as proposed.
Right. But when I look at the Morris data viewer, it's telling me that there's 3.5 feet of water with a 1 in 5 chance per year. That's 20%. That's right up there. So I'm surprised that you didn't come in and talk a little bit about that. I'm concerned.
Well, the leaching field is a system that is crushed stone and components that have openings which allow the water to infiltrate into the ground. The leaching field for buoyancy, it wouldn't be a concern from my point of view as an engineer. The buoyancy concerns will be for closed structures. The leaching field, if the groundwater saturates around a leaching field, the leaching field just absorbs that water because it is allowing water to go into the ground and back and forth. So that leaching field from becoming buoyant, that wouldn't be a concern from my point of view as an engineer.
Right. So let me ask you a different question, go on to a different topic. I was on the site today and I looked at all of the staked off areas for the garage itself. And I know that's not jurisdictional, but I couldn't help but notice the trees that are all overhanging that site. So if I stood at the boundary of the garage and looked straight up, it's the neighbor's trees. So what's the plan?
There is one limb. So yes, there is one tree, looking at the ADU plan on the back left corner of the ADU.
Right.
There's one tree on the abutting property that the homeowner is gonna talk to the neighbor to remove that one limb, because that one limb does reach over to where the ADU is going. But the tree is not being removed.
Well, there'll be nothing left of it because there's actually 2 parts of that tree and both
There's
parts
2
are
limbs. Yeah.
in the way. And how about the pitch pine tree? Is that staying or going, or what is the deal with that?
Which pitch pine tree?
Over by the
It's a
shed.
12 I think it's a 12-inch tree by the shed,
By
by
the
the generator, right by that
That's it.
Generac
Yeah,
By
generator.
the generator.
No propose to remove that tree.
Because that tree will be right up against the building as well. I just, I know it's non-jurisdictional, but I'm just bringing that up for a conversation.
Okay,
That's all.
next, Paul. Okay, Neil?
I don't have anything further on this.
Okay, Shauna?
Sarah got mine, was the juniper safe.
Nice tree.
Okay.
It's beautiful.
Sandy?
I'm all set.
Okay. Roll, is there any other location on this property where you can locate that pump chamber and septic tank?
Because the existing wastewater line is on that corner of the house, without ripping the foundation, and we can reroute the plumbing, about 2/3 of the existing house is garage, the easterly 2/3. We can't relocate that plumbing to the front of the house, so we have to intercept that line at that location. Trying to relocate that sewer line outside of the house sinks the components even deeper into groundwater. So that will be kind of working against one of the things we want to do is try to keep as much as possible above the groundwater. So that is the best location we see fit for the tanks.
Is it a full basement or a crawl space underneath there?
So it's a slab.
It's a slab?
Yes.
All the way through, the whole
Yes.
structure? Okay.
There's a portion so the 2/3 of the garage, that's all slab. There's a portion on the back that may be slightly below grade, but I don't consider that a basement.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking, you're showing the pipe coming out of the rear left corner and saying, geez, can you route it, if there's a crawl space, can you route it through, come out and put that tank in the pump chamber out in the front yard?
Right, based on all the plumbing that goes to that sewer line going out, trying to reroute it was just chasing a deeper excavation to set a tank at a different location. Intercepting it somewhere where the existing tank is seems to make the most logic for us.
Okay, thank you. All right, Dan, Drew, you guys have any comments?
I'll go. So this project looks good. The pretty much no removal of trees in the jurisdictional areas is definitely a benefit. Upgrading the IA system, as well as abandoning that old septic there or whatever that is huge, along with the mitigation. So this is an improvement to the multiple resource areas on site. So yeah, I think this is a good project. It is a unique site with flood zones and with buffer zones, so.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing, I echo Dan's comments, nothing to add.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, if there's no more questions, we have a motion for 28 Wilson, for 42 Secaucet Island Road.
I'll make a motion to close an issue for 42 Concert Island Road, file number 43-3361.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Motion made second. Any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, do a roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Okay, Paul?
I didn't get her vote.
Yes.
Yes. I vote no.
Vote no. Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
You're welcome.
Okay, next item on the agenda is notice of intent filing for 28 Wilson's Grove Road, Hayworth and Kathleen Neal II. Proposed raise of existing dwelling and construct and maintain new single-family dwelling with IA septic system upgrade. Representatives BSS Design, Inc. Continued from August 7th and August 21st. This is a legacy regulation 25 and DP number 433354. All right, good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening again. My name is Adam Brodsky. I'm a local environmental attorney, and I'm here representing the Neal Family Trust. Howie Neal, the trustees, is present this evening, as well as Stephanie Casper and Jeff Neal, Mr. Neal's children. You know Tom Bunker, our professional land surveyor. We also have Timothy Luff, our architect with Architect Associates, and Andrew Garrelay, who's working with us, our registered landscape architect with Yarmouth Port Design Group. Again, very similarly, I was asked to look at the applicable regulations, similar to the DeSanto project, as well as the issue of waivers. Again, I'll rely upon my August 28, 2025 letter. As indicated, this project is subject to the Legacy Regulation 25, was originally proposed with a conventional concrete foundation with flood vents, which would comply with the flood-resistant construction requirements under the Massachusetts Building Code for construction within the FEMA AE Elevation 13 flood zone. But again, at the suggestion of the Conservation Commission, the trust has changed the project and is proposing to elevate this structure on concrete piers, again, a typical V-zone construction. And Tom could speak to that. You've already told me that I'm incorrect with respect to waivers, and my suggestion is if the commission is inclined to close the public hearing, that we also provide a similar waiver letter under Legacy Regulation 25-7, so that we can move this project along. After Tom is done explaining the project changes, I know that Ms. Casper would just like to say a few words to the Conservation Commission. Thank you, Tom.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. For the record, my name is Tom Bunker with BSS Design. Similar to the Bluff Avenue site, as Adam mentioned, this house is up on piers. It was a full foundation house before. And you should note that on this project, we already have, well, most of the underside is crushed stone surface. It was slab before with kind of an intricate removable surface to access the storm drainage system, which is underneath the house. On this iteration, because there's no enclosing foundation, the Neal family said that we'll go with just the stone, crushed broken stone, whatever you want to call it, underneath the house, particularly covering the leaching area, the stormwater leaching area. But there is a small, the front section, the front 1/3 of the house will be on slab, but all the rest will have the slab at grade, so it's not considered a basement or crawl space. And all the rest of the underside will have, again, the crushed stone. It's actually a little easier to pipe to it because there are no walls to get in the way if the storm drains come down the downspouts and just straight into these leaching areas. This leaching area is well over, it's more than 50% over the expected rainfall in a 25-year storm. So it's going from no storm drainage as the condition is now to this. It's a major improvement. Other areas on both sides of the house also will be gravel surface, which will drain water easily through the front is a gravel surface, pervious. Changed the front a little bit. Before I had a planting bed along the front. There were comments about parking, so there's now room for 2 standard parking spaces, perpendicular parking spaces in front of the house. So that, I mean, two is, you know, I know a lot of people have guessed, but 2 is all that's typically required for a house, and that's probably a little more than some other houses along Wilson's Grove. The septic system on the previous had a variance request of 1 foot to groundwater, but the leaching area has been raised to provide the required 5 feet of clearance from groundwater. So it's a small mound in the backyard. We proposed granite curbing It's not a very big mound. It's a very shallow cross-section to the leaching area, basically just perforated pipe and a little bit of stone, so there's not much mounding required here. And because there is no slab or cellar wall, there's no setback from the leaching area to the house itself, and that's why it fit in there. Being on piers, there is a methodology presented by Chris Doherty of Structures, Building and Remodeling Incorporated. So in that, he says a lot of the work, the removal will be done by hand, no machines. This is in deference to the neighbor to reduce any vibration and problems to there. So he says it'll be only manpower. The demolition will be by manpower without the use of machines. But importantly, the piers closest to that house will be dug. The excavation will be dug by hand, and because there are only small points along the line, rather than excavating a continuous trench close to the house, would be much less prone to any kind of collapse or soil disturbance across the property line. And he outlined here how we would propose to do the construction from the back toward the front, as described also for Bluff Avenue on there. So that is those are the proposed changes, and I think that you should think those are good changes that we've made to this project.
Okay.
Address some of your concerns.
All right.
So,
Thank you.
Chair Cook, would you like the commission to ask any technical questions now, or would it be appropriate for Ms. Casper to speak now?
We can have discussion, because I think there's butter comments.
Yes.
Yeah. So we'll do the commissioner questions first, then we'll go to the applicant and the butters. Okay. All right, Sarah?
Thank you. Hello again, gentlemen. Just confirming what we've just heard, the piles and the stormwater installations are a great improvement on the project. So thank you very much for the innovative thinking there. I did have a question on whether there was an opportunity to install any compensatory plantings in place of the lawn behind the house, even if it's just the buffer around to allow maintenance for the perforated pipes. If that would be something that the applicant would be amenable to.
Planting where?
Just in the back of the house, I see on the plan here, there's some, just this little teeny tiny portion of lawn. Am I reading that incorrectly?
Yeah, that is all lawn.
Could we do some native plantings instead?
I can't speak for the applicant on that. We certainly haven't discussed
Okay.
that.
And again, this project is not located with any other wetland resource area. It's outside of the 150-foot buffer zone to the coastal wetland resource area, so I don't think there's a regulatory requirement for mitigation. Again, I'm sure the commission will correct me if I'm mistaken. The only wetland resource area here is land subject to coastal storm flowage.
Which is a resource area. And I do, we've seen a lot of projects, especially come in on the agenda this evening, that almost diminish the validity of land subject to coastal storm flowage as a resource area. It is very much a resource area, and I do think mitigation plantings are required.
Your compensatory mitigation requirements have to do with work within buffer zones.
Well, we've also got mitigation requirements and ratios for projects in land subject to coastal storm flow.
Right, and this is it's below the minimum size required.
Sure, it's a very small lot, and the question is whether or not the applicant would be willing. So
She will be,
fantastic. Thank you.
We don't want no plans.
Yeah.
Right, thank you. Excellent. And we have already addressed the waiver. I guess, so we've seen quite a few abutters letters, some in support and some with concerns. And my read is that one of the primary concerns is that the limit of work is riding the property line. And so I'm wondering if you have a response to how we're going to address concerns over destabilizing abutting properties or reducing or minimizing channelization or impacts from runoff here. I mean, these are single digits, feet, if not inches from these. These are very small lots. So just in terms of the methodology, can you just explain to me how we're going to do this in a way that isn't going to
I'm not sure what the
create damage?
channelization is. On both sides of the house, on the front and both sides of the house, it will ultimately be crushed stone. And in the methodology put together by Chris Doherty.
It basically says you're tearing down the house by hand, right? So there are no machines that are coming down to.
As far as that, I mean, he says it will be taken down by hand.
Okay.
But to sort of move on from that, he's going to grade and, I mean, this limit of work, the silt fence that we put right along the property line, the septic and components and all we put in, rough grade. I mean, he's going to grade out the lot, and if he puts the final surface down, which inside and outside of the house is going to be predominantly crushed stone, that will absorb rainwater. There will not be there will not be runoff. I mean, you can make a suggestion that even he can strip part of it down to slightly below grade.
I see.
Particularly
Like a
on
gutter?
26, the
Sure.
elevation of the ground at 26 is a little higher than the elevation on the other side. So particularly on 26, well, the land is sloping this way, so I'd actually be more concerned about rainwater
coming in.
off of 26 onto 28.
Sure.
But that will have 28 will have a good surface of porous, pervious stone on it. And there will not be water going from 28 onto 26.
Ms. Thornburg, again, the clients are very sensitive to the neighbors' concerns. And again, this construction is going to have to comply with all aspects of the Massachusetts building code and be inspected by the building commissioner. Issues having to do with soil stability, geotechnical stability are typically handled by the building department as opposed to the Conservation Commission. But we presented a very detailed construction methodology to minimize any risk whatsoever.
And this is the bulleted list of 12 items or 14 items is the detailed
correct.
methodology that you're referring to.
The alternative is to leave in place a house that's non-compliant in the floodplain. So again, I think overwhelmingly there's benefit obviously to these homeowners, their benefit to the neighbors by elevating this house and ensuring that it's going to comply in all respects with the flood-resistant construction requirements of the building code. It helps the town because this helps the town preserve its insurance, flood insurance ratings under the NFIP. I mean, every town I work in, all coastal towns are encouraging people to do these kinds of projects in order to bring these structures into compliance so that flood insurance rates don't go up. So again, we understand the concerns. We think we've properly addressed those concerns, but I might suggest that those concerns will also be addressed by the building department during when they apply for a building permit application and inspections during construction.
Thank you.
All set?
That's it.
Okay, Paul?
We have an application to the ZBA for this.
Yes.
Do we have a date? hearing date?
Next week, I think.
You do. Could you share that information? Could you share that I'm just curious, when does it go before the ZBA?
It's next Wednesday.
10th? Okay.
Oh, yeah, I was
Just
gonna-
want to make sure we have that in place. I was also looking at the construction methodology, number 11, frame the house according to plans and specifications using no machines, manpower only. And I know that it's very, very tight on one side. The limit of work line is basically the property line, and it's 2 feet roughly. Is that what, 2.3 feet?
2.2 on one side and, where are we here? 2.3 on the west, the left side, and, 1.7 on the right-hand side.
Just out of curiosity, how do you work in a workspace that's 24 inches wide? How do you do that? How do you build a house?
We'll have to do it from the inside out towards the property lines, pursuant to the methodology. Again, great care has to be done here. It's going to be supervised very carefully. A licensed contractor's got to perform the work. That contractor will have a construction supervisor's license. All of the foundation information is going to need to be submitted to the building department. The building department's going to have to be satisfied that this meets code in all respects. And it will have to be done carefully.
Right. Just jumping on that, it's like you have 19 inches, 1.7 feet on the east side and 2.3 feet. So I can understand standing up walls and framing roof from the decks, but how are you going to side it and paint it and trim it in 2.3 feet and 1.7 feet from the exterior?
Contractor is going to either have to figure that out or perhaps ask for access easements to the neighbors. This project is not reliant upon that, but that's a construction methodology. I think we're getting a little bit far afield of wetland jurisdiction here. I mean, your interest is the floodplain.
Well,
The abutters letters
we
down.
we have a butter letters of concern.
Yes,
You're
sir.
asking us to prove this footprint on this property at 1.7 feet and 2.3 feet without providing, a full guarantee, 100%, that there's going to be no impact to the butters
Again, I
on
don't
this
think any
property.
contractor will provide you with a full guarantee that there'll be no impact to any abutters. The question is, does this project meet the performance standards for work within land subject to coastal storm flowage? If something happens in the future and there's an issue out there, the contractor or the property owners are going to be responsible to address it. Again, that's a little bit beyond, I think, what this commission is charged with administering.
I disagree with you, and I think Paul might disagree with you too, because you asked us to prove this footprint on this property.
Yes, sir, because
So-
it complies with your performance standards for work within land subject to coastal storm flowage. If there's a potential problem in the future regarding an encroachment on a neighbor's property, that's not in your regulations.
Well, it is for erosion control.
Yes, sir, and
Yeah.
we have erosion control measures that are in place. If you need us to beef up those erosion control measures because you have some concern, that's certainly well within your purview. I haven't heard any concerns regarding that. The contractor is going to be obligated to comply with the order and to maintain those erosion controls. I assume conservation staff goes out and inspects the erosion controls before they allow construction to go forward. If there's any deficiency in the erosion controls, this commission retains jurisdiction. So if someone goes by and sees that, I don't know, a silt sock has been moved by the contractors and not in the appropriate location, you have to direct us to do that. But the contractor who's going to be responsible for this work has got to take great care to do this, because ultimately the contractor will be responsible if something goes wrong here. Again, the alternative is to leave in place a non-compliant structure, which I don't think does anyone good, as I mentioned previously.
Well, there is another alternative, is you shrink the house down, like the other two across the street that had, 3 and 4, 5 feet separation from the property line, so the contractor can work properly have enough room.
So I have no knowledge of that. I don't know what the circumstances are. It's a small house on a small lot, admittedly. Again, by elevating the structure, you're eliminating all of the land alteration that exists presently. So you're dramatically reducing the amount of land that's permanently altered as a result of this. Again, the contractor is going to have to do this and do this in such a way that it's not going to impact any of the neighbors.
Okay. I'll go back to you, Paul.
All set.
All set, okay.
Other
Neil?
than the waiver.
Yes, sir.
We've
Yeah.
gone down that road.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Neil?
I don't have anything further on this.
Okay, Shauna?
Did we get nitrogen calculations? Sorry.
I don't know if it was before, I don't know if we
Before,
got them
okay.
again.
No, I don't have any questions. I think there's there's improvement in this, and there's probably not much else they can do to make it any better than the plan.
Okay, Sandy?
No, I
We're
agree.
at it, trying to build it. Good luck.
I agree, it's an improvement in the house itself, it's great, but I think that we do have an obligation to at least ask questions for the abutters, because they addressed
Yes,
their
ma'am.
letter to us. So that's, I think, what we're doing. And I
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
think it's out of our purview to do that.
And again, Chair Cook, just to remind you that I know that Ms. Casper wishes to speak at the appropriate time.
So I have a couple more questions.
Yes, sir.
Is that, on the rear property line, is that a fence being proposed?
What's the question?
On the site plan, on the rear property line? Behind the shed, is that a fence?
That's, yes.
There's one there now.
There's one
Okay,
there
so
now.
so 89 Bluff is gonna put a 3.5-foot high retaining wall there, so,
Yeah, I think we put that back because there is one there now, but we
okay,
probably don't really need it.
okay. Yeah, I definitely would see, I'd like to see bumped up erosion controls. No, but, you know, not a silt fence, but, you know, built to socks, something heavier duty there. And then underneath the piers, what size of the footing's gonna be?
I can't remember, maybe 2x2? 2x2 footings.
So you have 12-inch piers and a 24-inch. So we're gonna be, the footing's gonna be dug and be closer to the property line than the piers now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Trying to think. And then the other thing, we had requested building plans. We did not receive building plans.
Did you request them?
Yeah, we did. And see, you know, how it matches up, what's the height, how it matches up to the other properties, so the abutters can address their concerns.
Again, Chair, thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, questions regarding building height and zoning compliance, presumably we addressed during the zoning board process as well as during the building permit process.
So we had asked for a building plan so we can
Yes, sir, I'm not
make a
disputing.
full determination to see the full scope of the project.
Yes, sir.
But looking at a footprint on a plan, we don't know the whole scope of the project.
I'm not suggesting that you should not have them. I was just saying the issue of building height will be regulated under the zoning bylaw, which will be reviewed and addressed presumably by the zoning board of appeals as well as by the building commissioner under the building code during the building permit application review.
So I'm seeing on the plans is vertical decking on side, so they're gonna be, are these breakaway panels?
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Since it's on pylons?
Thank you.
They were sent to me. So.
I'm sorry, Chair Cook, forgive us.
So, based on the architectural plans, is vertical boards on the side, are they breakaway panels for the allow flood water to move?
They're vertical boards.
With spacing in between to allow water to go.
Okay. What's the spacing? 1 inch. Okay, because that was one of the concerns that we had of channelization between these buildings in a flood event. So you addressed it by placing the house on pilings, but now the architectural plans show vertical boards blocking the water flow. So,
If I understand correctly, and Andrew, there are gaps in the boards to allow flow. I can tell you that FEMA allows these types of screening and actually, you can do it in B zones, actually. This is an A zone. Typically, I believe, I'm doing this off the top of my head, you need to allow 40% of water to flow through. I'm assuming that we would easily meet that standard, which is the FEMA standard.
yeah, but you're, less than 3 feet to the building on the west side. So if you had a flood event, yeah, water will flow through those gaps, but not all of it. So if it was open below, you wouldn't have channelization.
Understood, Chair Cook. Again, and I think Tom may have addressed this in the prior hearing. We're in an AE13 flood zone. The way I think of this is that entire floodplain is a gigantic bathtub. It will slowly fill up with water during a 1% storm event. So not only will this property be under some amount of water, again, up to the base flood elevation of 13, all of the other houses in the neighborhood will suffer the same condition. So there's not going to be any channelization or displacement of water. All of the properties are going to be rising at the same level, so there's no real effect of having this structure. Again, this is the proposed project is a marked improvement over the existing structure, which, unless I'm mistaken, doesn't allow water to pass beneath it. Again, a concern regarding the screening makes perfect sense, but we meet the requirements to allow water to pass through.
Okay.
And at the moment, the houses on both sides do have full foundations. So any water that's stopped on the seaward side by house number 30 not going to need to pass through this house. It's going to already stop. The house is pulled back from the road a little bit, so if water is flowing more freely down the road, that will allow water to flow better than it does now.
Okay. Right. All right, thanks. Any comments, Dan and Drew, before we go out to the audience?
Just a quick comment and just a suggestion for a condition when it comes time for a decision. You could require weekly, submission of weekly monitoring reports during the construction phase. We've done that, for other projects of sensitive nature, whether it's setback from resource areas or setback from other properties. That would be a condition that I would suggest, when it comes time for issuance.
Okay.
Chair Cook, that's a good idea. We're certainly willing to do that.
Okay, thanks, Drew. Okay. Anybody in the audience has any questions,
Again,
comments?
Can I ask that Ms. Casper be heard first, if that would be appropriate? She's part of the ownership of the property.
Okay.
All right,
All right.
thank you.
My old lady eyes.
Yeah, if you could keep it to 3 minutes, would be
You bet.
great, yeah.
Good evening, my name is Stephanie Casper, and I am Howie and Kathy Neald's daughter. And this summer, 2025, we celebrated our 50th year spending the summer at our cottage at 28 Wilson Grove. I was born shortly after my parents purchased the cottage and have spent every summer throughout childhood and college at our cottage. And I've witnessed Mashpee grow over the last 50 years, including the addition of Mashpee Commons, the Papaneset Marketplace to what it is today, and the dramatic expansion of a variety of the neighborhoods and amenities in New Seabury. Over these same years, and more recently in the last 25-ish or so, we have supported, and I would go so far as to say accommodated, our neighbors as they modernized and rebuilt their properties. Neighbors on either side, across the street, up and down the street, and those behind us. Over this same time, our family has contributed to this community and the Mashpee small business community. My first job was at the original Purity grocery store at what is now, I think it's Panera, and Mashpee Commons. Every summer through high school, I worked for the late town selectman Jim Vaccaro. I also worked for the late Bill Zammer every summer in college at the Papaneset Inn. My father was the Mashpee Town Beach Superintendent for several years and just retired after spending 21 years in the summers working at the New Seabury Country Club. We love this community, and we are thrilled to finally have the means to update our tiny summer-only cottage to a space where we can spend more time year-round if we so chose, and then continue to contribute to this awesome town. As I believe my previous comments have clearly indicated, we are not an open checkbook, out-of-towner kind of family. Rather, we're a family who has been committed to this community for 5 decades. My parents are retired high school teachers and have been saving for the past 16 and a half years or so that we can complete this dream of updating to a year-round home that we can continue to enjoy, and a home that exceeds the regulatory requirements and improves the construction and conservation standards and systems that this commission and the town are seeking and deserve. With that, I thank you for listening.
Thank you. Building plan? All right. Thank you. Do we have anybody in the audience wants to speak? Yeah, please come on up.
Good evening. I'm Christina Wilworth, the abutter at 26 Wilson's Grove. I'm not going to reprise the comments in my letter, as I understand it will be read into the record. I just wanted to make a few more comments. First, I want to be clear. I am not trying to prevent a project at 28 Wilson's Grove. What I'm trying to do is minimize the risk to my personal property. And I appreciate my neighbors' comments about their long-standing time in the community. That's wonderful. I purchased my home almost 15 years ago. I did not build that house. I purchased it as is. I understood that there were some limitations, certainly, between my property and theirs, and we have enjoyed a very neighborly, relationship over that time. A few things I'd like to point out is that I did receive the revised plan. Thank you, Dan. But I did not see the construction methodology and how that's intending to go forward. So I would love the benefit of seing that so that I can have the same assurances that this commission... You
can have a copy of this right here.
Thank you. Yeah. That this commission, and I assume the Zoning Board of Appeals will also see. One other point that the engineer made was that my property was slightly higher in elevation, thank you, than 28 Wilson's Grove. That is in fact true. However, the proposals for 28 and 89 Bluff will change that. If there is a 6-inch curb and a raise of the yard to accommodate the leach field, they will then be higher than me. And on the adjacent corner, I will also be dealing with a 3.5-foot retaining wall, as we discussed earlier tonight. So I'm now looking at 2 adjacent properties that are going to be higher than I am and still concerned about overflow of water into my backyard. Really, I'm just asking for the commission to consider all of these points. I do still strongly believe that erosion, given the proximity of our homes on that property line, is going to be an issue. And I'd appreciate if the commission is inclined to approve this project, that they put very, very rigorous conditions in place. I am living with 2 projects across the street at the current time. One of them happens to be a family member of mine. I'm watching those projects every day. The over-digging that has to happen for these foundations is real. I have photographs of it. So I'm just trying to understand how this is actually going to be done safely. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, anybody else in the audience? Okay, do we have anybody online, Dan?
No, that I saw.
Okay. Just one last comment. This is more for the designer. I noticed on the architectural plans, there's windows and things on that west side that are within 2.3 feet of the property line. Just want to make sure that there's no issues with the, if you have to change the plans for building code. This is just an observation. There's nothing to do with, it's fire protection. So, section R302 in the building code. So, just an observation if you need to change anything. All right. No more any
Do we read
comments from anybody?
Do we read the abutters letters in too?
That was the butter that sent in the letter, right? No, any
Yeah, the new
other?
one today.
No other new letters to
Nope,
read?
that was the newest one that came in today, and the other ones
Okay.
were read at the last hearing.
Okay.
Really,
Wasn't there a second
there were,
letter?
there were, I think,
The second one to read in?
3 or 4.
Okay.
There were quite a
Yeah,
few.
I didn't have it in my package here, so.
No, they're not in the package. They were via email, though.
Were you gonna say something, Drew?
I just had a question for the commission regarding the concern about the retaining wall, for the raised septic system. I believe that, early on when this project was first reviewed, that the commission desired to have a mounded system to increase the separation from groundwater. And obviously, those types of mounded systems have to be retained for the retaining wall by law. So I just wanted to mention that's how that situation came about.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so we had,
So for the abutters letters we had 2 sent in just by mail with no direction on whether to read it or not. And then the one that came in today, that one was requested to be read into the record.
okay, is that the same one that just spoke?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want that letter read into the record? Okay. All right. Right there, yeah, September 4th.
Dan, there's also one from Kenneth Lane. Is that the? I was under the impression we read them all into the record.
You could, that's the discretion of the chair, but the way I've been doing it is if it's requested. Because we do have letters come in the mail with no name or whatsoever on them.
Sure.
With no direction on even what to do with it.
Okay.
So we just know it's for that, and we know who it's from, but there's no
Okay.
direction on what to do. So in
Defer-
those cases, it's just up to the chair and how they would. This letter was requested to be read into the record.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so I'll do that. All right, this is from Christina Woolworth, 26 Wilson Grove, to the Mashpee Conservation Commission. Subject concerns regarding proposed revised rebuild at 28 Wilson Grove by the Neild Family Trust, with additional reference to proposed rebuild at 89 Bluff Ave. Dear members of the Conservation Commission, my name is Christina Woolworth, and I am the owner of 26 Wilson Grove, which directly abuts 28 Wilson Grove, a property owned by the Neild Family Trust. I submitted an original letter of concern to the Commission regarding this project, which is read into the public record during the August 7th, 2025 hearing. My comments here refer to the original letter and are relevant to the revised site plan submitted for 28 Wilson Grove. I respectfully request that these comments be read into the public record at the September 4th, 2025 continuance for this project. My comparison of the site plan reviewed on August 7th versus the revised plan concludes that no changes to size, layout, or location on the site of the proposed house have been made. I noted the following revisions. Added work limits, which are expected on the property lines. Retained a crawl space slab for the front of the house, but replaced crawl space slab under the remainder of the proposed 2-bedroom house with piers. Moved the location of the dry wells back. Add a 6-inch high granite curb along property lines on both sides of the rear. Added crushed stone under crawl space and screen porch. Added an air pump for sledgehammer and pump box. Removed planting bed from the front of the house and instead added 2 shrubs along between the right of the front stairs and the property line with the butters on the right, number 30, Ken and Beverly Lane. Well, I appreciate the effort on the Neil's part to address some of the concerns raised by me with a shift to piers, replacing some of the previous planned foundation. The fact that the house size and location on the lot has not changed does not address the drainage, erosion, and physical risk to my property during demolition, construction, and long afterward. The work limit remains inches from my physical home. Additionally, the large roof would unmanageably close to my home at the second story, resulting in more runoff directly hitting my home and making maintenance of either home nearly impossible on that side. Neither issue has been mitigated with the revised plan. It is also still unclear to me what erosion control measures will be put in place and what the purpose of the newly added 6-inch curb aims to achieve. Additionally, while the front planting bed has been removed seemingly to address the potential parking issues I had previously noted, the addition of the 2 shrubs to the right of stairs seem unlikely to be added in the end. Note that the Neal's property line on the right side sits 1.7 feet into the existing abutter's current driveway. Planting those shrubs would make it even more difficult and perhaps impossible for the lanes, the abutters, to enter their driveway. I respectfully request that the commission consider these further comments as you deliberate on September 4th. And lastly, I apologize for the lateness of the submission. I've been dealing with a family matter that has taken all my attention. Sincerely, Christina Wilworth. Okay.
Chair Cook, I believe that there were letters in support. I'm not asking that they be
Yes,
read.
those were the ones that we just received in the mail. I'm not downgrading them, so just, we sent those to commissioners for review.
Thank you.
If the chair would like to read them in, they can, but there was no direction on really
No,
what to
no,
do with
and
them.
I'm not asking to take your time. I just wanted to note publicly that there are letters in support in the administrative record.
Yes, there was 2 letters.
Okay, great. Thank you. If there's no other questions, do we have a motion for 28 Wilson's Grove?
Mr. Chair, I'm not willing to make a motion one way or the other at this time, but I do just want to mention, if we're in deliberations as a commission, I did read all of the letters that came in, the 2 in support, and then we had just as many, if not more, with concerns. I do think that they are compelling. If we look at Regulation 24, how we're defining cumulative effect on wetland values, specifically protecting the resource area to control flood and storm damage, erosion control, and then water pollution and protecting groundwater. There wasn't a butters letter that talked about the very small distance between the limit of work here and their leach field, and concerns over whether that would damage the effectiveness of the leach field. And I would, this is just one commissioner's opinion, I'd really like to see some technical review on this, maybe another instance where we get CZM or peer review to take a look at the project with the architectural plans and all of the elements that we've had access to really see what they would recommend in terms of protecting the wetland values of the resource area.
Okay.
So I'd feel more comfortable having a technical analysis from a third party for this.
Okay. Thank you. Paul, do you have any comments?
Well, I'd be inclined to follow the same protocol for the other job that didn't have the waiver, but I am listening to the concerns of Commissioner Thornbaugh, and I have to say that there are some serious issues here because of the closeness of the neighborhood. And I'm not convinced that this project is designed as good as it could be. I think there's room for improvement based on everything I've heard. And I know the system came up because we're in a wellhead protection zone. It should come up. I mean, we're right over groundwater, and it's a DEP wellhead protection zone. So that's really, to me, that's not an issue. It has to come up. You need that separation from groundwater. But then I listened to the abutters' concerns with these granite cobbles, these little walls that are around, and I know the new Reg 25 doesn't apply, but I know when I look at coastal zone management's information for this area, the bathtub model is gone. It's gone. This is not a bathtub model. This is a model that, when you look at all of Wilson's Grove, this is going to be one of the hardest hit areas in the future. So I've got some real serious concerns, and I think about the cumulative effect, in Regulation 24, and that's solid language, so I'm not inclined to make a motion.
Okay. Neil? No? Shauna?
I haven't got anything else.
Sandy?
And I agree with Paul and Sarah.
Okay.
Won't make a motion.
Yeah, I'm just concerned of the distances from the property lines and, the cumulative effect also, so.
So Chair Cook, we're not going to force a vote to deny the project, so I'm going to request a continuance so we can provide additional information to the commission. Again, if Mr. Colombo has specific suggestions as to what we can do, we're happy to consider those. Again, I've expressed my views regarding the proximity of the structure to other structures and why I don't think that's a wetlands issue, but again, we can agree to disagree on that issue. But if you have specific, concrete suggestions, I'm familiar with your regulations. I'm familiar with floodplain issues. We're in an AE zone. We're not in a LIMWA. We're not in an AO zone. We're not in a V zone. Under the 10th edition building code, they now recognize coastal A zones. We're not in a coastal A zone. This is an AE zone. So if there are some concrete suggestions that the commission can give us rather than saying, I think it's too close to the neighbor's house, that would be helpful to us.
Yeah, my thought is, it is too close. I think your construction methodology isn't detailed enough. I think you need to shrink the building to allow more space and to address the abutters' concerns.
And again, that's a building issue. How does that relate to wetlands, sir?
You're asking this commission to approve this footprint. We're saying that the footprint is too wide for this property.
It's the same size as the existing structure. We're not proposing.
Right, the existing structure is a smaller one-story structure that's been there for how many years? 60, 70? Right, so now you're proposing a two-story structure that's raised due to flood zone, so it's, what's the height out of ground?
Sarah's-
30
I
feet?
assume the
Something like that.
first floor elevation is above the base flood elevation. So if it's under the 10th edition building code, it's 3 feet above the base flood elevation?
2 feet.
2 feet above.
Right.
Thank you. I do more work in V zones than in AE zones. So I assume that the design flood elevation of the first floor would be at 15? Which complies, again, with
Right,
current
and just-
building code requirements.
Saying, just because of the width of the house and the space into the property lines in the butters, and then the height of the house.
Again, the
Right,
height, if it
so-
conforms to zoning, that will be a zoning issue.
So I'm saying that all these are cumulative effects, and then this is the footprint that you're asking this commission to approve. So
Again, I'm
if you had a smaller footprint that had more space in, and this commission feels more comfortable with the more space in
Yes, sir.
to address the abutters' concern, then it would probably be a, closing issue.
Again, I'll request a continuance. We don't want to continue arguing about this. I've heard no evidence that the raising of this house in the existing footprint is going to cause any cumulative effect on any of the interests protected under your bylaw for land subject to coastal storm flowage.
Okay. All right, so when would you like to continue it to? Excuse me.
Reiterate what you want for peer review.
I think peer review has to be a vote from the commission, correct? To be a requirement on the project?
Yeah, peer review has its own process to it, so it would
Correct.
have to have that. I think,
CZM review, is that something that could be a recommendation?
CZM is not a regulatory agency.
This is a question for the commission, sir. All due respect, point of order.
Yeah.
We'll be with you in just a moment.
Thank you, Chair Cook. At the appropriate time, I'd like to talk to that issue because, again, there's a statutory process for hiring peer review
Yes.
consultants.
yes. when it comes to any peer review or any review of that nature, it needs a direction, whether it's for sedimentation load, whether it's for anything of that nature. They need a direction, to be
Sure.
what they're assessing. That's going to be the biggest thing for this, and I just want to make sure if that's going to be pursued by this commission, that there is a direction for that, simply because it is only land subject to coastal storm flow. And there is no other buffer zones or anything like coastal bank, coastal salt marsh or beach or anything of that nature.
Sure.
So I would just recommend having a very thorough direction so that
Sure.
the reviewer, or if that goes that pathway, that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, if we look to Regulation 24, we see the language again, unacceptable, significant, or cumulative effect upon the wetland values protected by this chapter, specifically land subject to coastal storm flowage's ability to protect groundwater, enhance flood control, prevent erosion and sedimentation, prevent storm damage, would be the 4 critical values that I'm most concerned about with the project as presented and with the concerns presented by the abutters. So I would like to hear, with all due respect from the experience in a room, I'd like to hear from a coastal geologist as to how they think the project as presented is going to impact the wetland values and the cumulative impact thereof. Which again, we define here as effects emanating from repetition of activities and or impacts from intermediate and or long-term presence or use of any structure in, over, or under, or any alteration thereto a resource area as listed in Section 2 of Chapter 172 of the Mashpee Code. So.
Okay.
That's about as specific as I can get.
Okay, so let's go around. So Sarah wants the peer review. What's your thoughts on that, Paul?
And that is with coastal zone management.
I would recommend CZM, yeah, there's no cost to the applicant. Oh, or the Barnstable County Extension Office, if they're more readily available than CZM.
Do we know their time frame?
The last time I spoke to them, it was reasonable to expect that they could have review within 2 weeks, but I think it would be contingent upon checking in with them. I think the benefit of working with one of the public offices is that there's no cost to the applicant, but they do have trained coastal geologists that are able to evaluate projects and make recommendations specifically to conservation commissions for the purposes of adjudicating applications.
And they would be making recommendations as to the effectiveness of the current plan and recommendations to any tweaks to the current plan?
I think they just look at the impacts.
They
and
do
state the
not,
impacts.
they will, from my knowledge, they will not give recommendations or things like that.
Right.
They're just giving the scientific backing of, how much moisture is in soil, doing a soil probe, things of that nature, so.
Would they address channelization?
Yes.
I'm not 100% sure, I just don't know. I have an
I
estimate.
think that would come out of their evaluation
Yeah.
of soil, soil conditions.
Yeah.
So that would inform, by doing a soil analysis, much like Mr. McCormick has done with 9 Cricket Way, maybe he would be a good choice to bring in on this one. But the soil evaluation would inform other potential impacts from there.
Right, because I know that was brought up.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure,
So
could
you-
I
I'd
be
be in
heard?
favor.
You'd be in favor of it? Okay. Neil? Yeah. Shauna?
So I think my thoughts on this is is it beneficial to both us and the applicant because it takes all opinion, or say it gets a third-party opinion that allows us to say, here's what it is, somebody else looked at it, and we vote on that as, a third-party, kind of no stake in the game type person.
Chair Cook, can I speak to this issue?
Yeah, hold on a quick sec. Sandy?
I agree.
Okay, go ahead. So-
Thank you. The commission, if you've adopted the statute, which I believe you have, has the ability to require peer review. I would object to having CZM or any state agency peer review a project. CZM is, one, not a regulatory agency, they're a public policy agency. They've been advocating for restrictions on construction in the coastal floodplain. They're the authors of the draft wetlands regulations, which are very stringent. It's not a neutral third-party review by CZM. If you wanted to hire a neutral third-party engineering firm with experience in coastal flood, you can certainly do that. The applicant has a very limited ability to object, but the applicant can object to the qualifications and the bias of candidates for peer review. We'd hate to be in that position, because if we disagreed with your consultant, we'd have to appeal that actually to the select board. It's not an issue for the Conservation Commission. So if you decide that you want peer review, I'd be happy to work with staff to agree upon a reasonable, neutral peer review consultant with the appropriate qualifications.
Okay, that makes sense.
Well, how about Barnstable? Is that neutral?
Barnstable Extension. Yeah,
Again,
I think
I'm not
anytime money
familiar with that
changes
group.
hands, we're not neutral, you know?
Right.
And the state and the county coastal geologists are there in the service of the public and the public resources. So I don't think
But,
they get more
Yeah,
neutral.
typically with peer reviews, like we did for the Willow Bend project, we went out and we had,
Right.
you know, worked with the applicant and
At
agreed upon
cost.
a
But the
consultant.
applicant's request for both sides to agree as to who will do the peer review
Right.
is a fair one.
Yeah. And we just, Drew, that's correct. It's similar to what we did for the Willow Bend project, correct?
Yeah, so, according to, I think it's under Regulation 3 rules for hiring outside consultants, there are very specific, and it comes at a cost of the applicant to secure funds for this type of, review. I think that, in regards to Attorney Brodsky's comments that, suggesting an engineering firm is much more appropriate for this situation, because you're dealing with an area that is entirely built out. This is not taking place in proximity to an eroding dune or bank, something that a coastal geologist would be able to weigh in on much more. In that instance, this is the construction methodology concern, if I'm not mistaken. So reaching out to an engineer, a third-party engineer, would be much more informing than a coastal geologist.
Okay, great.
And
Thanks.
Chair Cook, typically what happens is we agree upon a consultant, get a proposal, make sure that the client's okay with paying the freight for doing that, and then moving forward if that's an appropriate way of doing this.
Okay, yep. Sounds good. Okay, so we need a motion to go for peer review and then a motion to continue this project to a future date. I believe so, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Not necessarily in any particular order, I
No.
don't think.
No?
Do we have a date for continuance?
Well,
Chair
do we
Cook,
need?
we're going to need a continuance to a date certain, but now that we're adding peer review, if I might suggest to pick a date 30 days out, I'm not sure we could get this peer reviewed within 30 days. We've got to find a consultant, agree upon a consultant, get a proposal, agree upon a price, and get them to do the work. But at least within 30 days, we could report back to the commission if we need additional time for that. But
Okay.
we need to continue to a date certain, please.
All right,
And that
so,
would also get you past the ZBA board as well, correct?
Correct.
okay, so you're saying October 9th is roughly the 1 month out, right?
October 9th is 1 month out, unless you want to go for October 23rd.
Could you please put us on for October 9?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, so we'll do that first. So continue, a motion to continue to October 9th.
So moved.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none. Roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
And I vote yes, too. Okay.
Thank you. Good night.
And we need another motion for peer review.
Thank you.
So do we have a motion to request peer review on this project?
Yes, I'll move that. Under the bylaw, chapter 172(7), I believe it is.
Okay. Okay, and do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Roll call vote. Sarah?
Yeah, before we take the roll call vote, I still would like a coastal geologist. Or somebody with geological perspective, rather than an engineer.
I don't know if that would be appropriate based on all the evidence that Drew, the attorney, mentioned and everything. There's no coastal dune here. This is just flood zone.
Sure. It's how the water moves through the area that's going to define the impact to the resource, not necessarily, and then we build in response to that, so.
But I think the peer review has to be agreed upon by
Sure.
this commission and the applicant, so.
Well, that is just my opinion as one commissioner.
Right.
But I do agree to the peer review.
Okay, so, all right, well, let's
So that can be
staff
in
and the applicant.
That could be in the mix.
Sure.
The discussion with Drew and the applicant.
Right.
So.
Right.
Yeah.
We not saying no now, it's.
Sure.
We can put it in the mix.
Okay. All right, so we had a motion made and seconded for peer review. Okay, so we'll go for a vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Okay. Moving on, next item, notice of intent filing, 19 Uncle Henry's Road, Monica Miller, proposed addition to existing garage, remove and rebuild deck, installation of IA septic system, mitigation plantings, Representative Cape and Islands Engineering, continuing from August 21st, DP number 433351. And requested waiver was submitted for this project, so.
Good evening, Chuck Rowland, Cape and Islands Engineering, representing the owners of 19 Uncle Henry's Road. I'm stepping in for Mark Dibb tonight, and he gave me some bullet points to kind of go over. So we've submitted an updated waiver form that I'm assuming you've all received. Plan changes including additional mitigation and reduced driveway, and provided existing and proposed floor plans. Driveway was reduced from 30 feet wide down to 20 feet. The existing vegetation areas documented in dark green shading. Number 3, the increased mitigation to account for the removal of the existing naturally vegetated area. 2-to-1 mitigation has been proposed, resulting in 1,390 square feet of area to be restored to a natural state to offset the removal of 684 square feet. Number 4, 6 trees are proposed to mitigate for the loss of 3 trees. Number 5, floor plans provided that show that the house will remain a 1-story house for accessibility and affordability purposes. The existing house currently meets flood code, and the addition is proposed is not a substantial improvement, less than 50%, and will therefore also meet the required codes. Waiver updated to include a waiver from the old regs 25 section C2, which require 20% of the lot to remain naturally vegetated. And the waiver outlines that the site will temporarily drop to 17.5% natural area, but be restored to 26.7%, ultimately meeting the standard. So in summary, more natural and native vegetation areas than existing, addition of an IA nitrogen reducing system, and number 3, replacement of a substandard leach pit with a new leach field with guaranteed groundwater separation. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, Sarah?
Thank you, Steve. Hi, Chuck. Thanks for hanging in there. It's a late night.
Happy to be here.
Just a couple of questions and a note. The waiver request was very compelling, very creative mitigation plannings to account for the loss of the naturally occurring vegetation and bring it back up over that 20%. And thank you for the architectural plans. I just wanted to confirm my understanding. So part of the existing deck is going to be turned into a bigger kitchen. The existing kitchen is going to be a laundry room and storage area, and we're expanding the deck, adding another bathroom, a walk-in pantry, and a workout room, in addition to adding another garage. Is that correct?
Pull out the floor plans. So, yeah, I mean, they're not adding a garage, they're turning mostly
Replacing
the
it,
living room into a kitchen, and it's all kind of getting shifted over a little bit, and they're just, so
Sure.
it's existing one garage and proposed one garage, just a
Okay.
different layout.
Okay. And we did ask, I believe it was Mark here on behalf of the project last time, but I wanted to just ask if there was, we discussed it then, if the applicant would consider shifting the garage to the site of the driveway to almost eliminate the need to disturb that naturally occurring vegetation. So instead of a driveway, the garage would just be where the driveway is. Any response to that request?
We feel that we've kind of met the standards. We've added a lot more proposed mitigation planting. So I think that to do that, we would have to have more than a 50%, which would trigger it meeting flood code requirements, which would lift up the house and make it less accessible for people with accessibility issues.
But, and this is this is a single-story home with
Yes, ma'am.
3 bedrooms existing. So in terms of access, can you explain to me how we're
So
increasing
you're asking
access?
if we move the garage to the left-hand side of the house?
No. I'm asking if we could shift it over to in front of where the current garage is. Do you know what I mean? So instead of all of this orange area, we shift it over and it goes where the existing driveway is.
That would violate.
So the vegetation is
Sarah,
intact.
that would violate zoning bylaws.
Yeah, I think you
Setbacks?
would.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you. Okay, and then in terms of, yeah, I did see some language in here about access. It already does look like a pretty accessible home. And I for the record, it's a very compelling waiver request. I would have an easier time supporting the project as presented or an addition that didn't alter all that vegetation, or possibly removing the garage, replacing it with a carport, something that's a little more permeable. That's just my opinion, though. With that, I'll yield.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Paul?
What would be the zoning problem, 40-foot setback?
Yeah, it's a 25-foot front setback off the property line.
It's 25?
Yeah.
And how
From the
much?
road, right?
From the front property line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are variances available the same way we
Does.
issue waiver requests?
From my
Yeah?
understanding, zoning isn't
No.
issuing variances right now.
No, no variances at all. I get turned down for one in February.
You need to have, you need to meet the criteria of shape, topography, and soil conditions for a variance from the zoning board, and I can tell you that does not meet any of those.
Noted,
And
thank
so
you.
size is not shaped, in my understanding.
I'm all set.
Okay, Neil?
I don't have anything on
Joanna?
this.
No, I think, for somebody looking to make it a year-round home in the long run, they've taken a lighter touch than a lot of other projects we've seen.
Okay, thank you. Sandy?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's good.
Okay, great, thanks. Dan, Drew, any comments from you guys?
No comments from me, Steve, thank you.
You all set, Dan?
For me, it's a good amount of mitigation. It's a pretty modest project. And when it comes to the IA system, I'm always a bonus for that, so.
Okay. I have no comments. Great, right? Anybody from the audience? None, okay. Do we have a motion on this for 19 Uncle Henry's Road? I would propose a condition of a 3-year monitoring for the mitigation plantings. So that would be the only condition I would recommend.
I'll make a motion to close an issue for 19 Uncle Henry's Road with the condition that we have a 3-year monitoring contract for the mitigation.
Okay, great. Thanks, Sandy. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Paul, second. Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, see none. We'll do a roll call vote. Sarah?
No.
Paul?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Passes Okay, next item, notice of intent filing, 27 Ocean Bluff Drive. David and Amanda Gladstein, proposed addition of existing deck, addition to existing garage and mitigation plantings. Representatives Lionstone Design and Construction. Continuing from August 21st, this is a Legacy Reg 25 project and DEP number 433362.
Evening, folks. Andrew Arias for Lionstone.
Rod Brayman from Brayman Survey and Associates.
Okay.
Quick recap of the project is that we have the main house, which is on the ocean-facing coastal bankside, that we're going to be eliminating a deck, and in its stead, we're going to be growing the house slightly and adding a garage on that side. On the current carriage house side, on the other side of Ocean Bluff, we'll be eliminating the garage and doing about a 200-foot addition there to give us access to the second floor and create first floor living for the in-laws.
Okay. And I think when you guys were here last, we had a couple requests for changes.
Yep.
And
so they're indicated in the newest plot plan that we have up there.
There we go.
We really tried to do mitigation as far as the straw wattles and, silt fence to encompass the entirety of both sides of the property, along with just the scope of work as kind of a secondary factor. So try to make two lines of, I know that anything going down the Shore Drive, that was a big concern as far as a lot of the, anything coming off of this site or down the hill there going into, that pond area, so we tried to come all the way around, try to mitigate that as much as possible. We did drop in the dry wells as requested. On the carriage house side, we're going to do full perimeter of crushed stone going into the dry well to try to catch any of the, any potential runoff that may be problematic there.
Okay. Great. Thank you. All right, go out to commissioners. Sarah?
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for
Hanging in there.
We'll continue to advocate for coffee and cookies like it's like a meeting for everybody. I just wanted to confirm a couple things from my read, in particular of the nitrogen calculations. So just want to confirm that we're proposing a decrease in roof area and an increase in lawn. Is that correct?
An increase in lawn.
Let me make sure
I think there is a net increase in lawn because we are reducing the size of that side porch. The existing setback on the main house is currently at 7.5 feet, and we're actually going to 15 feet on that side.
I see.
So the net increase in lawn space, now that we're getting rid of that deck, it will be an addition, coming off in another 5 feet onto the actual house, but then we're growing into kind of the driveway area in the front. So I think there's a net gain of lawn space.
Okay, and forgive me, this is an astounding amount of documents to get through. Do you happen to know that the percentage of lot coverage of the lawn that you're proposing?
The percentage of?
Yeah, the percentage of lot
Of the
coverage.
lawn? I guess what I'm leading to my question is I see that all the mitigation plantings, what we're doing is just uprooting all of the existing, albeit nuisance vegetation on both of the coastal banks.
Correct.
And revegetating them with all the mitigation plantings. And I think eventually would be wonderful. Short-term effects are increasing the disturbance to both resource areas. And so I wonder if there's a way to expand some of the mitigation plantings or even expand them and replace some of the lawn as well, if that would be an option.
I'm certainly an option, depending on where you'd like to, see it on that side. I could certainly see something going back along the abutter side.
There's still a lawn walkway or something.
There is
Right.
quite, on one side of the house, we're pretty tight.
Yeah.
The existing, but on the side we're affecting, once we get through all that, there's just some honestly some very generic trees. I'm not sure of the species, but, you know what I mean, you could certainly use something there. We could certainly, you know what I mean, bolster the existing mitigation plan if you so desired.
Great.
To see something there, that we could get something along that side, along the abutter side, if that's something that's, you know, the commission would like to see.
Sure.
Lot coverage is 14%.
14% of lawn? Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I would certainly like to see that. I'm just one commissioner. But then I wanted to know if you could walk me through again the stormwater installations.
Sure. So on the carriage house side, because that's more, I think we have more of an issue there as far as runoff is concerned, going down to the shore side, and that's already problematic from everything coming off of, you know, the in parking lot there and everything like that. So our proposal was to do a 2.5, 3 foot swath around the entirety of the house, crushed stone, you know, to catch everything going into the dry well in the front of the house there. So hopefully that everything, you know, coming off of that roof line and anything in that general area will be, you know, discharged into the dry well area.
So that dry well off the front of the house is intended to catch all
for
of
the
the stormwater for the entire house, or just for the addition?
That's for the addition.
Just for the
Okay.
addition area.
Okay, and then the rest of the house, we're thinking
We'll go into a trench,
okay.
Right, yeah.
Okay, understood.
like a French drain.
Sure. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank
Okay,
you, Steve.
Paul?
Yeah, I'm just following it up. So we have 14% lawn coverage. So if we could reduce that by 4%, is that the target? 10%?
Yeah, I think so, generally.
10.
Can't be more than 10.
10, yeah.
This is buffer zone
Right.
to a coastal zone, right? Or
Yeah.
is it-
So our lawn standards require no more than 10% lawn coverage. So we could probably grab 4% of the lawn and use that for some extra mitigation.
Sure. I don't see making, you know what I mean, we can certainly amend the plan and get that, you know what I mean, back to you guys and show that it's, I think, manageable.
Yeah, we can get, you know, we can make that a condition and
Sure.
get it back to staff.
Yeah,
to
it's
verify
no
that.
more than 10%.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, any?
All right, I'm all set.
You all set? Okay, Neil?
Yeah, no, I think that's good with the dry wells and the drainage.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm good too.
All right, good, Sean. Okay, Sandy?
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm fine with that too. Any comments from Dan or Drew?
No comments from me, thank you.
Nope, pretty straightforward. If you're going to remove 4% of the lawn, that can definitely be discussed. There's definitely spots where it can just be changed, so.
Okay. All right, so do we have a motion for 27 Ocean Bluff Drive with the condition of reducing the lawn down to 10%, and the applicant will provide plans to the staff?
3-year mitigation.
And, oh, yeah, thank you, Sean. And 3 years.
We have that called out in that mitigation plan, it is called out for 3 years, and we did.
Yeah, it is in there.
Oh,
We did,
But good to see.
hire Wilkinson, just for all our coastal plantings to, you know, do all the remediation work.
Excellent.
All right, so we'll have those, motion with those two conditions.
Sure, I'll make a motion to close an issue at 27 Ocean Bluff Drive, DEP file number 433362, with a condition that the lawn is not to exceed 10%. There is a revised planting plan submitted to the conservation staff, and the signed 3-year monitoring maintenance agreement is filed in the administrative record.
Okay, great, thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made, seconded. Any more discussion? Anybody from the audience? No? Okay. All right, do a roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Great. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Want to stay
Okay.
for the rest of the meeting?
All right, next item, notice of intent filing 180 Waterway, Stephen M. and Jill M. Purpura, proposed replacement of pool patio, and deck with proposed addition to existing dwelling, dry well installation, hardscape, and parking area improvements. Representatives, Cape and Islands Engineering. Continue from August 21st, DEP number 433258. So, good evening.
Good evening, Chuck Rowland, Cape and Islands Engineering, representing the Purpuras at 180 Waterway. So we've submitted this notice of intent for parcel number 1-92-00. And the proposed work will occur within land subject to coastal storm flowage and within the buffer to the coastal bank and Pompanesett Creek. Project site is located in a private residentially zoned area, and it's a developed parcel which contains land of approximately 16,942 square feet. The lot contains a single-family dwelling, covered entry, pergolas, stone pavers, walks, decks, stone stairs, concrete, landscape ties, generator, AC units, in-ground swimming pool, pool house, a roof deck, a bulkhead, as well as a pier and all associated appurtenances. The wetland resources at the site and within 100 feet of the property include land subject to coastal storm flowage, salt marsh, coastal bank, and Pompanesett Creek at Tidal Creek. There was one filing, SC 43-1055, which received a certificate of compliance in 2008, as well as a license for the existing pier, which we're going to go over a little bit later. The applicant proposes a pool, patio, deck replacement with alterations, additions, proposed decks, stair replacement, and parking area improvements. The existing pool is being replaced with a 20 by 42 foot pool with auto cover, generally in the same location as the existing pool. The deck and patio around the pool will be replaced in a different layout with reduction in footprint, and a portion of the existing greenhouse and deck footprint on the house will be converted into living space. The existing stairs on the east of the dwelling will be removed. There is a proposed 40-inch wide deck and stairs on the seaward face of the existing dwelling. The deck and the stairs down the slope are over an existing gravel area. The gravel area will be revegetated to stabilize the bank. Landward of the house, the existing stone walkway is being replaced. The parking area is being improved with a wider parking area. The project has been designed to incorporate construction methodologies and measurements that will result in overall benefit to the resource areas. No adverse impacts associated with this project are anticipated. Demolition and construction of the pool, patio, and deck will utilize the east side of the property for construction access and stockpiling. Dry wells will be installed to manage roof runoff, and the site will be stabilized after work is complete, and all equipment and material will be removed from the site. Prior to the commencement of any construction activities, sediment stops and compost rolls with silt fencing will be installed along the limits of the work as necessary. The erosion and sediment controls will function to keep sediment within the limits of work and will also serve to define the limit of construction for site workers. Erosion and sediment controls will be maintained in good condition until disturbed areas have been stabilized. The entire developed footprint on the lot falls within 150 feet of the coastal bank. The proposed work will not impact the structural integrity of the bank and will not contribute to the erosion or channelization, as the site will be returned to existing grade and dry wells will be added to manage roof runoff. The work falls completely within the previously disturbed areas. The work will not change the value of the resource areas, and construction access and staging will be kept away from the natural vegetated areas of the resource areas. So the project has been designed so that the proposed work meets applicable performance standards for this area. And then if you pull the plan back up, so just briefly, that entire gravel area will be revegetated as per the landscape plan that I think you guys have all seen. And then there's a patio that is being replaced, either where there is existing patio or where there is currently deck. Decking is being replaced where there is currently deck on the landward side. And then we have the addition where the greenhouse was during the survey It's my understanding that it was removed due to safety precautions because it was rotted out. We have an existing conditions plan and photos that show that it was there, so I don't want you to think that I'm making that up. And then it was brought to our attention that the dock was out of compliance. So we will be either filing to either keep what's there or change, or we'll be removing sections of the float that are out of compliance. So that will either be permitted or brought into compliance, but either way, it's going to be brought within the standards of the Chapter 91 license that we currently have, or we'll be filing a new. Without the increase in hardscape, we feel that we are not required to put in any mitigation plantings, but just so that you are aware, on that landscape plan, there is 4,880 square feet of planting being installed, where it is currently either lawn or gravel. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thanks, Chuck. Okay, Sarah?
Thank you. Hello again, Chuck. So just to confirm, I didn't miss it, were there nitrogen calculations submitted with this application?
I want to say yes.
So they are at the very back.
And they're always at the back of Islands. You're always laid out exactly the same.
I did look at that. I believe that there was
okay.
an error with the lawn requirements, with the
Okay.
lawn that I put in there for the proposed. But either way, whether happy to take a look at that again, but no matter what, whether I, so what's shown there is more than what we're actually proposing, but no matter what, it's less than the required 19 milligrams.
Sure.
So it's,
Okay.
they're, yeah.
So is this one the proposed?
This is the proposed, yes.
So it's going up just a little?
I believe that it's statistically it's going to be a wash because we're actually
8.46 versus 8.77.
So it's,
Yeah,
okay.
basically a wash.
And is there any openness or opportunity to make the, is this decking now around the pool instead of
sure
impervious?
We have, some decking around the pool, as well as some patio. On the right-hand side, where we have existing walkways,
Right.
or existing stair, existing walkway, a patio kind of on the northeast side, as well as on the east side and the southeast side. So that's all being removed, and
I
going
see.
to be vegetated. So, if you'd like, I assumed that these questions would come up. So, if you don't mind, I can come up with the existing conditions drawn.
Sure. Yeah, thank you.
So this entire area is all patio.
And so we're
this
just
is
kind
all
of
deck. And
cutting
so,
around here.
Sorry. So all this is being removed, and then it's like something like that, and then this is getting narrowed, and then
And then it kind of, because the
something like
pool's getting, okay. And all of this, is this going to remain in place, or is it going to be replaced? Is there any opportunity to make it pervious or semi-pervious?
We're happy to put in some sort of dry laid, that like truly porous pavers. I don't think are really going to be a good fit for this place, this
shift.
particular situation. Yeah, they shift too much, but I think that we can come up with some sort of dry laid if that's, appeases. But We're
Sure.
putting in a lot of drainage there.
Sure.
1, 2, 3, 4, and then one up top, 5 dry wells, which I believe suffices for this area.
Sure. Always just a question to reduce the scope, but and it's not lost that a lot of this xeriscaping also is being replaced by native plantings.
Right, correct.
Which is
Yeah, the
awesome.
gravel.
So that's going to increase, yep. And then, just a quick note, this is splitting hairs, I'm sorry, I know it's super late, but it does list that this is in Falmouth in the narrative.
I saw that when
Okay,
I was reading.
cool. We're not in Falmouth, right? I get confused.
We might be.
Who can say? And then I think, just a question for the commission here. So this is subject to, this is not a legacy 25, we're decreasing the footprint. Is there any need for a waiver request here? I searched up and down, but I just wanted to confirm.
I think it's there.
This is a new version of Regulation 25, so I just want to make
Yes.
sure.
Yep. Right.
Um,
No, you're right, it's new, so there'd be no waiver request for this project.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Paul?
Do you want to see this
Question,
one?
this is under the new 25, correct?
Old.
Yeah.
No.
No.
I think this is new.
Oh, new, yes. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say, this is new 25.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Current 25, I'm sorry.
10 PM, we have everybody
Yeah,
like
current.
two runs at answering.
So sorry.
That's okay.
And I know you're just sitting in for Mark, right? So you probably
No,
don't-
the other project was marked. This one's mine.
Oh, okay.
So he was sitting in for you
All right,
last
so
time.
do you have the flood exceedance levels for the Morris data viewer for this?
I do.
And what do you got?
Very nice.
So we have, for the 2030, we have nothing. For the 2050, we have 3 feet. And the 2070, we have 3.3 feet.
I won't be alive then.
I will.
So,
Keep it coming.
so that's gonna be a depth of 3 feet over the pool area. Now, the pool house probably will get flooded, but that pool house has been there for quite some time, and we're not proposing to alter the pool house.
Okay.
But, so the pool it won't experience a catastrophic failure because it's just a pool. So the pool's full of water. The pool's full of water, and it's gonna get more water. And then the ocean's gonna go away, and then
And it's gonna be full of salt
Salt
water
water.
anyway.
full of salt
so-
water. So, you know, we'll have, I'm not telling you there won't be maintenance, but there's not gonna be a catastrophic failure with the pool. Because it's not gonna be buoyant, because it's gonna be full of water. And then another requirement in Massachusetts is that you have the check valves for buoyancy. So if it is pumped out for winter storage, the check valve will allow for water to statically equalize, so that way there isn't a collapse of the pool.
Okay. And the pool cover, what is the purpose?
So there's a requirement for having a pool fence in the state of Massachusetts, and you do not need to meet that standard if you have an auto cover on the pool.
So the fencing will come down?
So
What's there?
we've shown a pool fence going around, a fence around the property.
Yep.
That's their existing, right?
Yeah.
That is current,
Interesting.
yeah.
Yeah.
But it's mostly on the ocean side that doesn't meet pool fence requirements.
And my last question on the Chapter 91 license, what is the float size?
I don't have that in front of me. I spoke to Drew and Dan about it, and
Yeah, it's 36 by 6.
Yeah.
I was talking to my
What is it?
client. and we're
36 by 6.
6 by
By
6.
6?
Yes.
There you go, Paul.
Yeah. It was
That's right.
not great with numbers, but it was between 220 and 2 something, but it was in the 200s.
It shows it on the next page, too. So, that was discussion that we need to see is, do we ask for a notice of intent filing to bring it back to the Chapter 91 license? Right now, it is 8 feet by 100 feet of float right now. so.
Yeah, and I can definitely clarify. So the homeowner bought this property. Like this float was permitted by the state, Chapter 91 in 1998. He installed it, it was installed in compliance exactly to the Chapter 91 license. And then between 2000 and 2005, 2008 sometime, 60 more feet of float just showed up, and it's been there since, so.
The ferries came in, the float ferries.
Yeah, so it showed up with, I want to say those are helical anchors maybe on those.
To be honest,
Yeah, I wasn't too sure
the only
there.
thing I know is the photos and talking to you about it and talking to my client, like, just.
Yeah. So it just showed up, and it's been there since. So it's been there for, gosh, 20, 25 years, something like that. I couldn't tell you. Never got caught, never got pursued. I don't know what the deal is with that. So when this application came in, I saw the license number on it. I always look up DEP license numbers, and it just came right up to the Chapter 91. So in light of that, if the client is willing to bring it to the Chapter 91 stage, then what the process that we've been doing in town is, if the Chapter 91's already been issued, they could file an RDA if they're not changing anything, just to have it on record as the Chapter 91 stands with the town. Now, if they wanted to change anything, and I'm not saying remove the floats, because obviously they're a violation, but if they wanted to change anything beyond the Chapter 91 license, a notice of intent would absolutely be needed. If the client wants to recommend, or if he wants to pursue the current float orientation, that would be a notice of intent off the bat, so, yeah.
Yeah, and 36 by 6 is 216 square feet.
216, yeah, there we go.
So just
So
16
even-
square feet above our.
Right, even the Chapter 91 license is allowing more than what our regulations allow. So having a notice of intent to keep it the way it is just a waste of time.
Oh, for the 100, for the 100? Yeah, I'm not making any determinations for the commission, but per our regulation and per what I've seen in the past with dock permitting, I don't see that being a possibility. No. Absolutely, they can apply for it, but.
So procedurally, and this is a question, can we condition this project to bring the float back to a minimum of what the Chapter 91 license says?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You can bring it to compliance with Chapter 91, followed by an RDA application just to get it up.
Yeah.
I would recommend bringing it into compliance with Chapter 91 as a condition, and then not putting in the condition the RDA, because they're going to have to file it anyway, because we're going to be on the homeowner about it, quite frankly.
Right.
So yeah, I would absolutely say condition it to the Chapter 91 standard.
All right. Okay, that's all I had.
Okay, Neil?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, great. Shauna?
To 91.
Get that back to Steve.
Thanks.
Did you all over there want to see this big one? No, okay. Chuck, do you want this back?
You all set, Shauna, or you have?
He's thinking.
Trying to
Thank you very much.
It's late.
Handwriting for
Want me to
my-
skip over, you go to Sandy?
Oh, and,
So I'll go to Sandy, I'll skip over you, how's that?
Go, yeah.
Okay.
I just had a curiosity question. Is this going to be a saltwater pool or chlorine?
I have not reviewed that with my client.
It would make it better when it goes underwater.
Would the client be amendable to one or the other, or okay with the salt water, basically?
I can't really say.
Okay, understood. Just want to check.
So the, kind of the gray retaining wall that goes around the back of the pool house and kind of then becomes the guttering system, that's all staying?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do we feel about the fact that all that rainwater runs down that gutter and there's there's no, that's proposed drywall, okay, I answered my own question.
Yes.
So you're saying that all that guttering system's going into that dry well? Because right now it just goes right into
Where I
the,
would expect
Well,
it
it
to
go-
catch that guttering.
It's,
Yeah.
it wouldn't go into the dry well unless you move the dry well.
We can definitely direct that into the dry well. There's going to be a lot less going in that direction because there's nothing intercepting it beforehand. So now with the addition of the 5 dry wells, there's going to be a lot less at the end because you're picking up the whole
yeah,
way.
'cause when I was out there, it just goes right into the creek.
Yep.
Yeah.
you know.
So, we're more than happy for you to condition that dry well.
It's all bare soil right now. That'll be planted, correct? Because that'll also assist in
Yes.
runoff.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
I just want to make sure, okay.
Yeah.
And but why, the pool is beautiful. The existing pool is beautiful.
The existing pool?
Why,
Yeah.
So
why, what's driving this need to?
So I was actually informed that I believe that part of the pool, the issue with the current pool is that it has some issues with it. I think there's like broken pipe underneath it, and so
So it has to come up to get fixed.
pretty much. Tim Luff actually handed me the phone with the contractor giving me.
Okay.
So, yeah, that was my question on the gutters
It's
into
not
dry
just
well, so.
aesthetics, there is
That was it?
mechanical need to move.
There's a mechanical need, so they're bringing it up to.
Yeah. Yeah, and I like that, a lot of the, you know, a lot more planting, so,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm happy with the plan. Dan or Drew, any comments from you
Yes.
guys?
Not just, I agree with the process regarding chapter 91 on the dock. I think that's a good process to get that into compliance. No other comments?
Okay.
Only question I have, construction access for work on the pool, is that going to come through the existing gate?
I mean, the gate's gonna be gone, but,
Yeah.
yeah, we're planning for it all to be on the right-hand side of the building, so we
Okay,
know
good.
it's gonna be tight, but
Nope, it's better than the slope on the other side. That's what I want to make sure of, so.
Okay. Thanks. Okay, see nobody in the audience? All right, we have a motion for 180 Waterway with conditions? If you, condition, I'll mention conditions, so that the gutter system will be channeled into a dry well, which can be updated on plan, and plan submitted to staff. We have the standard pump out for a pool on the conditions.
That's boiler.
Yes, that would be boilerplate, has to be pumped out by a truck if it ever is, yes.
And then 3-year mitigation planting contract, and return the existing dock to the Chapter 91 license, and then provide an RDA filing for that float system. So those will be the conditions.
could you say, or file a notice of intent for alteration?
Okay, I'll file a notice of intent for other alterations.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Right, if they wanted to stay at the existing size or change the size, right?
Or the
Would that-
orientation, because, you know, this system, Chuck, I agree with that, this dock system is only a float. So if they wanted to change the orientation of the float, or even add a stairs down to it or something like that to the float, they would need to file a notice of intent.
Okay,
So,
and
yeah.
they'd have to go back to Chapter 91 too. And-
They'd have to go back to chapter 91, but it keeps it open for the homeowner to decide, you know, just, you
So
know.
if they go with the new regulations, they're gonna have to shrink that.
100%. If they
Yeah.
want to reapply notice of intent and reorganize it, they're going to have to go into compliance for the current regs,
Yeah.
yes.
So I saw the wheels turning over there, Paul.
But nonetheless, it gives the applicant the options to.
you have another concern, or?
Yeah.
No, I was gonna say, if it goes in our lot, then the float would have to come down to 200 square feet.
It absolutely would.
Yeah, okay. All right, so do we have a motion with conditions?
Sorry,
What's that?
I'm good.
Okay. I'll make a motion to close an issue for 180 Waterway, DEP number 433258. Okay, let's see if I can get this right. It's late. The condition to tie the gutter system directed to a dry well that we mentioned. A 3-year monitoring contract for the mitigation, and to condition to compliance with Chapter 91 on the dock/float, is that correct?
Yep.
Or file an NOI if they're going to do any modifications.
Then they'll need, if they want to go back to Chapter 91, then it'll be an RDA filing.
Okay, and if they want to go back to 91, it'll be an RDA file.
Okay, any other conditions? We're all good?
Do we want to add the option for the NOI in case they wanted to?
Nope,
She did.
we got that.
Okay.
Did you want to do a mitigation plan? Was that
We
stated?
did 3.
That was stated, okay, sorry, missed that.
Yeah.
And then the pool pump out, we don't need the condition because that's already.
That's already there, yeah. Okay, you got all.
I'm good.
Okay, good, okay. All right, so we had a motion made, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion made, second, any more discussion? Okay, seeing none, roll call vote, Sarah?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chuck.
Thanks, Chuck.
Okay, next item, moving on, is this.
That's the meeting if you want.
Is the CLC for 52 Spoondrift Way, Jill and Nicholas Mavro. Request for certificate of compliance for 433005, representing Cape and Islands Engineer in this past inspection.
Oh, there's another one.
So. Spoondrift Way, right?
Yes.
Up there, okay.
And this is the as-built.
This is, nope, this is the original. And
Dan, this paperwork says the inspection was 2 years ago. Is that right?
I have no idea, I didn't, I can check.
It's August 2023?
I think that's kind of a typo.
Okay,
Yeah, I was gonna, yeah, this is August 19th.
just checking.
Yeah, okay. And then the shed with ramp was not installed, will not be installed, and patio was not installed, will not be installed. Okay, so
Okay.
there's two
Net gain.
structures
Yeah.
and hardscape, structure and hardscape taken out, so, okay.
So it got, yeah,
Okay.
substantial compliance.
All right, good. Do we have a motion
Achievers.
for 52 Spoondrift Way?
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to accept and issue a certificate of compliance for 52 Spoondrift Way, DEP file number 433005.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Roll call vote, Sarah?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay, last item, COC for 261 to 265 Monomoskoye Road, Roderick St. Pierre, request for certificate of compliance for 43715. Past inspection, dock under the COC has since been replaced by existing dock, which has a order of conditions and Chapter 91 license.
So this is obviously, given the DEP permit number, a very old filing. It slipped through the cracks because the house was sold. Apparently there wasn't a thorough title search, and this COC was, left unfiled. So that dock is completely gone. It's been replaced, I believe it was back in 2004, when a new dock was proposed, reviewed by the commission, issued an order of conditions, and subsequent achieved a recorded Chapter 91 license. So this is really 100% housekeeping in order to clear title from the lien that this order of conditions placed on the home.
Okay. Drew, I have a question that, Elizabeth St. Pierre is a friend of my wife's. So is that a conflict of interest for me to vote on this?
I don't think so, because it's such a housekeeping measure, Steve. You're not really approving anything other than a relic structure that's long since been taken out. So I don't see any issue with the conflict yet.
Okay, just wanted to check on that. Thank you.
Always good to check.
All right, so do we have a motion to, for the COC for 261, 265 Monomoskoye Road?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to issue a certificate of compliance at 261, 265 Monomoskoye Road, DEP file number 43715.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made second, and roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Thank you. All right, going back to the top, we have approval of draft minutes from August 7th. Do we have any questions, concerns? Okay, Sandy?
Not a book.
No, let's see. Oh, if I can find it now. It was on the RDA for 67 Whippoorwill Circle. If you, the Anna Warner, who testified with us, her name is correct all the way through except over under the request for continuance, it says Anna McEntee. It should be changed to Warner.
No, okay.
And also down under the RDA for 68 Whippoorwill, that was 67. Same thing, her name is listed as McEntee, but it's Warner. So just those two changes.
Yeah, I realized the
Yeah.
mistake of her last name
Yeah.
there. You know, she's Pete's daughter, so I
Yeah.
thought it was McEntee, and then when I thought
Right,
it was
right. But just want,
correct that.
yeah,
So
just
I
want,
corrected as much as I could, but-
yeah, just correct it for the record. And that was it for me.
That was it? Okay,
Mhm.
anybody else?
I did not see anything.
Okay, great. Okay, do we have a motion to accept the approval of the minutes for August 7th, 2025 with those two changes?
So moved.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Roll call vote, Sarah?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
I vote yes. Okay. I think, the water quality discussions, updates, all that, we talked about all this stuff last week, so I don't think at this late hour, we don't need to get involved in anything else. Is there anything you want to add, Dan?
Discussion?
Drew?
I do have something I would like to add, if the commission would entertain a roll call vote to discuss something that's not on the agenda.
Okay. All right, so,
In regards to the latest correspondence regarding the dredge project.
okay, so we need a vote for that. Right?
Yeah, it would be good to take a roll call vote to discuss something that's not listed on the agenda.
Okay. Do we have a motion to do that?
So moved?
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
I vote yes. Go ahead, Drew.
Great, thank you. I'll try to be brief because I know it's a late hour. So I did forward correspondence, email correspondence, the latest, as of today, actually just before the meeting, executive session earlier. So there's been ongoing correspondence, obviously, between the project stakeholders and National Heritage regarding a request for relief or a waiver from the time of year restriction, which is, everyone may be aware, is September 15th. The project, according to a newspaper article and, according to the intent of the applicant's consultant, was slated to start September 1st. So there's been no equipment placed on the spit. They did get permission to stage the equipment elsewhere in the bay, but there's no activity or equipment storage currently on the spit. And the Mass Audubon has been out there with their bird monitors to, observe the activity, and they have noted that there is staging activity still currently happening with terns and floaters. All of this is detailed in a much higher degree in the email correspondence. I will say, and I'll preface, my comments that, this sort of situation is very convoluted, and it would have been of a much greater benefit if all of this could have been figured out a lot sooner in regards to any intent to, request a waiver for the time of year restriction. So I get that 100%. In talking with the consultant, which is with Coal Group, they understand the concerns in regards to the timing of all of this. But as everyone I'm sure knows, projects like this are very complex, and there's a lot of moving parts, and logistically dredging has always been, a bit of a challenge, a very much so challenge to organize the county dredge to, get everything in place and get it ready for projects like this. So the latest correspondence from Amy Honig at National Heritage and Endangered Species, who's the rare species reviewer, is, she's corresponded with Mass Audubon and their bird monitors and with Coal Group, and is intending on issuing a waiver of the September 15th time of year restriction tomorrow. That's stated in her email. I understand the concerns about the existing shorebirds that are still staging, but Natural Heritage, in this forthcoming letter, is satisfied with the protocols in place. There will be bird monitors out there from Mass Audubon from the moment any activity starts. And if they feel, that the activity starting with the staging of equipment, and I don't think the dredge is really gonna, cause any impact, but they'll be out there live as the project starts and throughout the stage, right up until the September 15th, staging time of your restriction. So to kind of wrap this up for you, this is a project, that was put forth by St. Pomponius Bay and the Mashpee Harbor Master, and I've been corresponding with the Harbor Master a lot over the last week or so. And what he's relayed to me is that he understands and respects the Commission's, upholding the time of year restriction regardless of what Natural Heritage recommends. But he also wanted to, convey that dredge projects like this, particularly given the volume of this dredge, is a logistical nightmare to try and organize them. And they're very concerned that if they wait until September 15th, they're not going to be able to complete the full scope of dredging. What's coming out of this correspondence, from the project stakeholders and the harbor master is to respectfully request that the Commission agree with the recommendation of the waiver letter forthcoming tomorrow from Natural Heritage and grant relief of this time of year restriction. You've got professional bird monitors out there from Audubon, you've got experts at Natural Heritage who are wildlife biologists. No doubt there's going to be some interference, but their general consensus is that the birds, will not be harmed. It won't disrupt migration patterns or alter them to a significant degree. That's their professional opinion, and I respect the opinion of anyone who has those types of qualifications. So respectfully, they are asking that the Commission, because you're not meeting again until after September 15th, or you meeting just the day before, I guess. But you're, as far as the granting of this waiver, you're not meeting again until after that waiver is submitted by Natural Heritage. So that's it in a nutshell, and I'll pass it on to you all for deliberation.
Okay, thanks, Drew.
Sure.
Okay, so on the table is a waiver request by Natural Heritage for,
Say Pomponius Bay. Isn't that the applicant?
Yes.
Yeah.
no, it's coming through.
Oh, I'm sorry, no, it's Town of Mashpee, it's being
It's town of Mashpee,
funded.
the harbor master is the applicant. State Pomponius Bay is fundraising, and they're also assisting with the project.
So the harbor master is requesting the variance on the start time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Drew, do we know where they're bringing the pipes up and to put the sand on the spit?
So it's just seaward of the spit, so they're gonna stage it, on the beach until the dredge activity starts to happen, and they're working in the outermost part of the spit, as far away from the observed staging of terns and plovers currently. And like I said, there will be reviewers out there, bird monitors, throughout this entire process from day one, keeping a close eye on things, and they certainly reserve the right to stop activities or halt any activities if they feel that, the activities are presenting an impact to the staging shorebirds.
But they're gonna put the sand on the end of the spit, not closer to like Waiting Place Road?
Usually in the middle.
Yeah, it's out towards the end of the spit, that's correct, yes.
So Drew, how long did they say, what day would they start if we approve this waiver request tonight?
Yeah, so the waiver would be submitted tomorrow morning, would be my best guess from Amy, that's what she indicated in her email. And I would assume they would begin the staging as soon as they possibly can.
So would that be on Monday? Would they work tomorrow or Saturday or Sunday?
It could possibly be over the weekend, yes. Maybe even tomorrow after the waiver is received, because they want to maximize this window of opportunity to the greatest extent possible.
So how many days did they say they needed to stage all this equipment and piping?
I think it would be about 2 days maximum.
2 days, okay.
Yeah,
And
so likely dredging probably wouldn't start till Monday, but I can certainly get updates as far as that specific information.
are they bringing heavy equipment onto the beach to?
Not at this time, the dredging still has to take place, and the dredge pipe will deposit the materials on the spit, and then grading happens. So grading is going to be the last kind of part, because the dredge material has to dewater. Otherwise, equipment will be overburdened by moving such wet dredge material, so they have to let it kind of dewater to make it more conducive to grading out. So equipment on the spit for the purpose of grading the dredge materials is going to be the last part of this project, and I would imagine it would probably be at least another week or so before that even happens.
So how are they getting equipment onto the spit if they're talking about staging equipment in the next few days?
They would go through the entrance to the spit off of Waiting Place Road. That's the equipment. And then as far as the dredge pipe, that would be used by barge for the water.
Right, so they're gonna bring heavy equipment down the beach, start them right away.
Not for the grade, the heavy equipment, so there's two types of heavy equipment here. You've got the dredge pipe and the barge moving that in place. That's gonna be the first staging phase. The equipment doesn't need to be out there as far as the loaders to grade things out until the dredge material is deposited and dewaters.
Right, so they don't need to bring in any equipment down the beach until after the 15th. So,
Yes, I can get more specific information to you, but I don't have that particular information. I just know from previous dredge operations that there's no need to bring out loaders until the dredge material is deposited fully and dewatered, which is a lengthy process.
okay, yeah, because I think the concern here is for the shorebirds that are there, and I know you have monitors, but,
Yeah, like I said, they'll have monitors out there, so even when they're ready to bring the heavy equipment out, the monitors will have to say as to whether or not they got the green light to do that.
Okay, so basically, they're talking about moving pipe into place from the sound.
That's
Right.
correct, yeah.
But nothing's going on the beach.
Not except for the dredge material itself.
Okay.
And the pipes, right? They got,
From the pipe, yes.
But,
but they won't lay pipes on the beach, Drew?
Well, there will have to be some piping on the beach, yes, yes. Again, I don't have all the specific information. I only know that this will be monitored to a degree to ensure that any existing staging birds are constantly monitored throughout this process. And if they feel that, a particular stage or dredging activity or equipment use or what have you across the board, can be stopped if need be, if they feel that it's having a detrimental effect on the staging birds. And this is all being planned to start as far away from the observed staging activity as feasible.
okay. Paul, any questions? Sarah?
I'll begin.
Okay.
The original order of conditions goes back to 2018, I believe. And just recently, this commission, obviously none of us were here in 2018, this commission approved a 3-year extension based on a review of the order of conditions. Somewhere, somebody didn't read the order. The order clearly says September 15th. I just accessed the emails, and I can see the back and forth correspondence between Tara, trying to get her last name, Tara Marden and Amy Honig. And she was very hesitant to issue any kind of a waiver unless she was assured that there was no activity in zones 1, 3, 5, or 6. As I said in my email to you, Steve, and Dan and Drew, and I copied both Tara and Amy, The order of conditions is a legally binding document on all parties. Any disturbance to those birds would be discovered on an after-the-fact situation. And at that point, the damage is done, and it cannot be undone. These are stage turns, some of which are endangered. And if the staging period is cut short, the biology requirements of those birds will not be met, and they will not have a successful migration. I wouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole as a conservation commissioner. One of the 8 primary interests of the Wetlands Protection Act is to protect wildlife. We have an order of conditions that does that. Somebody dropped the ball and put the dredge on schedule before it should have been there. It's clearly written in the order of conditions. So I believe that even if a waiver is issued, doesn't matter. The applicant, which is the town of Mashpee, and I believe it's Rodney Collins' name as the applicant, not the harbor master, would have to apply for an amended order to change that date. That's process. And for us to step out of process and change an order of conditions that's clearly a legal document for all parties, including this commission, I think we're way out of process. So I am not in favor of this at all.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just respond. So I completely understand and respect Paul's comments. Nobody's disputing that this is a legal document. It very much is. But the assertion that, that there will be an impact to the migration route or ability to migrate of these terns, I think is sufficiently mitigated by the fact that you're going to have expert personnel out there in the field who have substantial experience and knowledge about the biology of these species, their habits, their movement, and any interruption to those. So you've got pretty much nothing's guaranteed in life, obviously, but if you're looking at, something to have the relevant and sufficient coverage for any potential impacts, you can't get better than this situation. So nobody's questioning the legality of this. I don't think the commission, is going to be held liable in the event of, some sort of catastrophic failure resulting from this or impact to migration ability of these birds to migrate. But, my overriding point is that you've got sufficient experts, real experts in the field who are committed to ensuring that this time of year waiver request will not result in an adverse impact to rare species or their habitat.
Okay, thanks, Drew.
Sure.
Sarah?
I can't say that I disagree with Paul. One of my first thoughts was, this is written in the order of conditions. How did it get scheduled this way? This is an administrative oversight. We're talking about protecting wildlife. We're requesting compliance that will require a pause for 11 days. I'm not comfortable approving a waiver to start this work immediately. And I'm not comfortable approving a waiver I haven't seen or reviewing any of these correspondences or documents that have been referenced thoroughly before rendering a decision, so.
Okay, thanks. Neil?
Yeah.
I certainly understand both your concerns, but I think in light of what Drew's saying, with an expert on site can be more proactive than reactive. I think that mitigates that concern, so I'm not opposed.
Okay, Shauna?
What I haven't heard is why they can't, so I understand the complexity of staging it and things like that, but are we 100% sure that they can't wait what's now 12 days?
Not even 2 weeks,
yeah.
I understand that.
So, and then I think the other thing, Drew, about this is, if this doesn't go through now, do they just do it next September? And other than the boaters being unhappy because the channel's a little shallower than they like for the big boats, I don't think there's any negative impact to the environment if it got pushed back a year.
If we
No,
follow them.
I don't disagree, Shauna, but from, the communication that I've received is that, this is an effort with this over-dredge basement area associated with this dredge is to reduce the frequency of dredging, which reduces, the frequency of impact. And if they're not able to complete the dredging like this because it does involve that additional catch basin, if you will, that's the overriding concern. And the concern is also coming from the dredge operator. You've got, potential weather delays, which happen quite frequently with dredging activity that solves the use of the dredge pipe. There are other factors as far as mechanical breakdowns, things like that, which also can happen in any given dredge project. So I think they're just being abundantly cautious as far as the time that they have to do this and all of those potential factors that can delay a project like this. But the overriding intent of the project scope is to reduce the amount of dredging that they currently have to do on an annual basis. So in that respect, they're actually trying to reduce the impacts that it has, as far as the logistics and the equipment and everything else when it comes to rare species habitat.
Okay, thanks. Sandy?
I agree with Paul and Sarah. I'm uncomfortable. I feel like we're being held hostage at the last minute to make this decision. We haven't seen the waiver request. Yes, there's going to be, bird people out there watching, but I'm wondering, is it too late once they see something happening? And I just think it's not that long to wait. I mean, I'm sure it's the dredge people wanting to keeping this going, but I'm not comfortable.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Yeah, one of my concerns is what Shauna had said is they've had this order of conditions for a long time. They knew the schedule.
They don't let dogs on.
And to say that, they won't have enough time on the back end if they start late, well, if they had an issue with that schedule, they could have come back to this commission with an amended order of conditions, say, we need to start on September 5th, 6th, 7th, and we're going to have monitors, and it might satisfy, but it'd be, amended order where everything is documented. Right now, they're just asking for a Hail Mary here to move forward. And, and then the legal end of it is, I agree with Paul. I don't know if we have the right to, change an existing order of conditions on our own. I think it needs to be, amended, so.
I would like to just comment briefly. You absolutely have the right to change conditions.
Okay.
And the mechanism for that, again, is entirely your discretion, whether it's an amended order, administrative approval, acknowledgement, or waiver. There's no set rules in place as far as how you go about, or, you require, changing the order or granting a waiver. It's really a consensus of the commission. There's no set pathway there.
Okay.
Having said that, I completely understand and respect the comments put forth.
Okay. I don't know, there could be a compromise position here as we have a monitor go out there and say, okay, tomorrow or Saturday or Sunday, and say, yeah, the birds have all gone, or they're still here, and then come back to Drew on, Monday morning and say, yeah, they're here, okay, we'll wait a little longer, or they're, if they're gone, then we could all come in, we'd have to reconvene a special meeting to vote on it, and then they would have a 6-day jump on it.
Yeah, it's kind of an arbitrary date anyway, so that's a good compromise.
I'm just looking at
If the birds are gone, they're gone. If they're there, then they're there and you don't start.
Right, yeah, I was just thinking of a middle ground here, I don't know if that would work or not, or be too convoluted. What's
It's not
everybody's thoughts on
being
that?
deep on tern migration patterns. are they are we at the end of their migration timeframe, or, I mean, they generally come through, settle for a while, and then move on, right? Do they all like show up on the same day and move on the same day, or?
Yeah, yeah.
They don't have a calendar.
And on this, no, but it's them stopping to feed, to get ready for the next leg of their migration.
Yeah, I used to be a monitor for Audubon several years ago, and this is the time of year when, obviously they don't schedule everything on one day to leave. They're not, it's not like that, obviously, but, many terns and plovers have, already started their migration pattern. So these are, it's scattered out, obviously, through a number of days. But yes, this time of year is absolutely, the start of the migration season.
So that means that even if you went out on Monday morning and there wasn't one turn on the spit, it doesn't mean that there won't be.
Tuesday,
It's not done.
Tuesday, there won't be
Right,
100
right.
turns on the
Okay.
spit.
Yeah, no,
Okay, so that's not worth it.
Okay?
So what would happen, say if you waited till the 15th? Is there a chance that there'll be turns there on the 15th, or most
Well,
part?
after the 15th, they have the legal right according to the order of conditions and natural heritage to proceed.
Right.
So whatever happens, happens.
We can write them a
They would
ticket.
still have shorebird monitors. I'm sure Audubon would
Private
insist
beach,
upon that
I've
if
heard.
there were still staging terns or plovers at that time. As far as what would happen with the dredge, they'd have to live with the time of year and available time that they have.
Okay. All right, so, okay, thanks, Drew. So, just get a consensus here before we do anything. So we'll say, Sarah, you are, no? Paul?
No. Yep.
No.
No. Sandy?
No.
No. Okay, regardless of what I think is three no's, so, out of 4 votes, so.
I will inform the harbor master and the project stakeholders.
Thank you.
Thank
All right,
you.
thanks,
On
Drew.
behalf of the terns.
Sure, no problem.
And Steve, you've got everybody's phone numbers, so in the event that we have to do an emergency reconvene on this topic, we can do that.
Yeah, I guess I think, Drew, if something changes, is that an option for us to look at, or is everybody dead set on the 15th there?
Well, let's just go with the 15th.
It's another 11 days out, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, we have to adhere to open meeting law,
Yeah.
obviously,
Yeah.
to reconvene, so
No,
there will
that's
be
just
some
too
logistics to
convoluted.
figure out there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say from this point, Drew and the chair will definitely be communicating, and if anything comes from there, everyone will find out right away. So if we have to have a meeting or not, so.
Okay.
Could you include me on that, just for
Sure.
reference?
Yeah.
That'd be great, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Drew. Thank you, Dan. Okay, there's nothing else to discuss. We have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, second?
Second?
Okay. Roll call vote, Sarah?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
I vote yes. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Good night.